Hey, how's it going, everybody? Holy shit, I thought I got angry at my number 9. Fuck. I mean, god damn. I mean, E.T. is like only like a 10-minute long game when you know what you're doing, but jeez, it's a painful 10 minutes.
Don't you mean E.T.?
Yeah, I guess. Okay. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Fund the Charity Room. Actually, no, let's get the official bumper played. I forgot to do that for my number 9. So let's play the bumper real quick, and then I'll bring you guys in. Okay, there we go. Hey, cool. On the title screen and everything, it's like it was meant to be, folks. Welcome to Fund the Charity Room once again, folks. And I'm playing, in quotes, Undertale by Toby Fox. And I brought with me my co-host Nathan and Lewis from Brainstorm Commentaries. How's it going,
well,
guys?
he didn't bring me. I just sort of butted in out of nowhere at the last minute.
Okay. Hey, the more the merrier, Lewis.
Really, bro. But Lewis, you really you had a interest in joining me for this adventure. Any particular reason why?
Because like I at first, like about a week ago, I was like pretty okay with Undertale, and then like over the last week, I've been playing more and more of it. It's just one of those weird cases of a game that gets better the more you think about it. So I decided, you know, I'm awake, I'm aware, I want to join this. I wanted to join this if there was room. So I'm here, and it's gonna be fun, and I'm filled with determination, and I'm actually awake for once, unlike Donnie.
Awesome.
I feel that puzzle there is like a metaphor for this entire game, where you're not supposed to walk the middle road. You just walk the middle road.
Well, I'm a rebel, goddammit.
Asshole.
Johnny, some people in the chat are asking, is this a post-genocide run?
It is technically, but I did do a workaround, which I haven't tested to see if it works.
Oh, so
we'll find out in this playthrough.
Alright, so I take it then this is gonna be a pacifist run.
It's a true pacifist run.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just gonna spare until the dummy goes up.
I love all the stupid shit in the fights in this game.
I didn't know you could do that. Toriel's weird looks are awesome, by the way.
Oh yeah, totally.
When at the end of the joke card mode, the look that she gives the annoying dog is just.
Have you guys ever done the hard mode?
Yeah.
Yes.
I didn't do a pacifist run of it because there's no point, and it's significantly hard. It's actually hard that way, ironically. But the mode is a joke. It makes fun of hard modes. It's not an actual hard mode.
Fun fact: if you ever backtrack to these spiky traps, you go over the spikes harmlessly.
Yeah. The spikes don't. The spikes act like walls, except they're supposed to. Oh, talk to the pillar. Have you ever done that?
I have not. There are still a lot of Easter eggs I'm not aware of in Undertale.
Yeah, talk to the pillar.
The ruins is such a great place for like stupid, goofy shit to happen.
Yeah.
And I think the name of this track here is called Unnecessary Tension.
Yeah, it is. I'm not here. And then she just talks to you like you didn't notice.
I love Goat Mom.
She gives us a cell phone.
If you kill that first frogget, this tutorial frog is not here.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's so many small little Easter eggs.
One of my favorite things about the hard mode, in this hellish world, you are only allowed to take 3 pieces of candy. Oh, and the snail pie. You think it's going to be like some pitiful healing item, but it's almost exactly the same as the butterscotch pie, except it heals you to 1 HP below max health and tells you you're maxed out.
Essentially, yeah. I went the wrong way, goddammit. So basically, any enemy that I don't spare, I'm just gonna run away from. Sparing really only gives you gold.
Yeah.
Which you will need to buy healing items in case you don't trust your bullet dodging skills well enough.
Healing items and yeah.
Because you're not buying weapons in True Pacifist because you're not attacking anything.
Yeah, and you're blitzing past it for the sake of actually finishing the game within the window of time when we have been allotted. But a lot of this dialogue is altered because Toriel has faint memories of your past save file.
Yeah.
It's especially haunting when, you go to fight her after killing her. Like, if you beat her, kill her, and then regret it, and then reload your save file, you get altered dialogue and altered text within the fight itself.
Okay, I just realized I do want to get a certain amount of gold for one item.
What item?
The spider donut.
Oh, yeah. To instantly,
Yeah.
Yeah, because I'm going for the Muppet Quick Mercy.
Well,
so.
that affects the boss fight even if you don't have the item when you get there.
Yeah. But it's a difference between a 4-minute battle and a 12-second battle.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Although, I almost don't want to do that when I play the game because that music is awesome.
Oh yeah, Muppet's theme is amazing.
Spider Dance is amazing.
Yeah, Muffet. Well, I'll bring this up when we get there. But there is a particular origin story to Muffet.
Oh, we have a couple new donations.
Oh, by all means.
We have one from Blue Yoshi 15. Hey Johnny, I love that you're playing my favorite game of 2015. I request it. Can you show off what happens when you die to the boss at the end of the ruins? It's kind of an interesting Easter egg. P.S. To do so, you need to not equip the ribbon ever to stay at low defense and get hit by the fire helix attack multiple times.
It really doesn't matter what defensive item you have. If you just take enough damage at once, you will die. It's like a 1-frame Easter egg.
Yeah. Juddy donates $10 saying, dropping some money to support a good cause. You guys are awesome. Question for all. Who's our favorite Undertale character?
You want to go first?
Yeah, I love Sam's the Skeleton. He's amazing.
Undyne.
Undyne?
Undyne forever.
It's Metatron from here. Mettaton.
Both versions?
It doesn't matter, yeah.
Oh, Nobstabluk. An Easter egg for Nobstabluk in the hard mode is that if you check him, it says he missed the memo and is the same difficulty as in normal mode.
We have a $3 donation from Sabrina. This money fills you three with determination. Seriously, I have to wait for my check to find and finally got it. I will leave at one point to avoid spoilers, so have fun. And then we have $10 from Boardman. I stayed up last night to make this. I hope you guys enjoy. And then there's a link to a Twitter post, which I am going to see what that is.
Oh, the other thing about Nobstabluk in this area, if you actually attack him, this is slightly meta. If you attack him, he says you can't kill him because ghosts are incorporeal, and he was just letting he was just lowering his HP so you wouldn't feel bad. But then it says you lose 1 experience point. You don't actually lose any XP, regardless of how much you have. Which seems like a glitch until you get to the end of the game. Where's the third frog?
I think the third frog is the one that gives you the info about Mercy.
No. That's the. Where's the first frog? I mean.
No. The first frog is what happens when you skip all the dialogue. If you skip all the dialogue, the first frog does not show up.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
I did not know that. Oh God.
And then I also saw you posting on Twitter, Lewis, about how you can find the yellow names in the
trash dump. Yeah, if you tell them you don't want to use yellow names. I wanted to do a neutral run, so I told him just for the hell of it, dump the yellow names, and he did, and they all wound up in the trash dump.
Did you know if you have regrets about the yellow names, you can have them make them pink? Because it's like we used to use pink ones, so we still have these.
Oh man. Now, this is a really easy puzzle, but it's also kind of clever. Just for an opening area, I mean.
Oh, the room.
The perspective switch, yeah. I mean, it's not hard by any stretch. It's not a brain teaser.
You have to eat your veggies to spare this carrot.
Vegetoid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, and we have 2 more donations. Jack Reed donates $1 saying, another $1 for good charity. Question, what's y'all's opinion of the E.T. movie?
The original Spielberg film?
Yeah, I guess.
It's a classic.
I don't remember much of it, so I can't really say.
I don't actively go back and watch it.
The only Steven Spielberg movie that I watch on a regular basis is Jurassic Park. So.
And then Anonymous donates $5.
Yeah. I hope that's, random anonymous and not anonymous, because...
I love the pun for Luke's.
Oh, wrong switch. My perspective's off.
For those that don't know, if you check the big-eyed thing that Johnny was just fighting, his name is Luke's Eyewalker.
I did not know that last name.
Yeah.
Nah. Well, at this point, we should probably lay down the obligatory spoiler warning for those who are not as informed. Because, well, this is part of the demo, so it's not really a big deal. But once you get past the ruins, you really don't want to be spoiled. Like, at all.
No.
And, unfortunately, I can attest to that kind of ruining the punch of certain parts of the game. Because, I had Undertale sitting on my hard drive for, like, a year before I played it. And, I didn't play it until I watched my girlfriend playing it while she was here at my house, after too many games. So I basically watched the entire, True Pacifist ending before so I knew how to get it, and I knew what happened before I got there. I kind of slightly regret not doing it myself. Oh well.
Yeah, I managed to avoid a lot of Undertale discussions and conversations. I didn't know diddly squat about anything except for a few characters, but it was out of context.
Yeah.
The only character that had gotten spoiled for me was Sans.
Oh, one of the random thing in this area, you have to check the bookshelf to find out what a water sausage is for water sausages to ever be mentioned in any text anywhere. Like, you can check the plants here and there'll be water sausages. You can check the hot dog and it'll say that the meat is made of water sausages.
Yes.
It's just, what the heck?
There's just so many little things that make the game so charming.
Yeah. And this is the snail pie in hard mode.
Yes.
Because she couldn't get butterscotch or cinnamon, so she had to make snail pie. And when you walk into the house, it says, by the look on your face, you can smell that.
Even Toriel's playing in hard mode.
I like the way that the portraits and battle sprites emote, but I've been playing the game with a modded version. Ever since my second playthrough, the game just looks and feels better with the battle sprites in color.
Oh, I didn't realize I was a mod already.
Oh yeah, it's a mod.
I feel like having a colored battle would be much better.
Yeah, it looks a lot better. I also modded the music so that it's all remixed, like instrumental, and a lot of the tracks sound a lot better. Like Toriel's theme, if you put a specific remix in there, sounds really epic. And Papyrus's music is awesome.
Speaking of music, for the three of us to have a discussion, favorite music track.
There's a lot in this game I love.
Oh yeah.
I love all the music, but there are some that I will constantly go back to listen to.
There are a few. Undertale, in terms of discussion, I will bring up, is mostly philosophical, what the meaning of this is and what the meaning of this in design was, but I will always wholeheartedly praise the soundtrack. Because I think Toby Fox is a musician primarily.
Yeah.
Like, he's a musician that said, you know what, I'm going to make a game.
Yeah. Well, of course, you can't mention the soundtrack without mentioning Megalovania, which was also in the Earthbound Halloween hack and in Homestuck. Yep. So, yeah.
I got a feeling it's going to be forever associated with Sans because of how popular Undertale is.
Oh, yeah, probably.
Definitely.
Sorry, I drinking my coffee here.
Megalovania is one of my favorite pieces of music, but Bone Trousel beats it just slightly. And I think it's because it's so whimsical.
Actually, I'm going to be taking some damage here intentionally.
Yeah, to die in this battle, you have to intentionally die, because she stops directly attacking you if you take too much damage. So once you're down to 1 HP, she won't.
She actively voice stacking you. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have to run into attacks to get that Easter egg. But if you want to do it the skillful way, you have to show Mercy a set number of times before she starts saying her dialogue lines.
Should I show off the Easter egg?
Go ahead.
All right,
You can
it's
always do
all
it.
right. Pay attention, because it's blink and miss it.
Oh, right. That, for all I know, Skype is going, oh, she's avoiding you. Like, actively not going near you.
That's crazy.
You're just teasing her now.
That's why I love Goat Mom.
Yeah. Of course, it took me like 3 playthroughs to realize that her name was a pun on the world tutorial.
Oh, we have a new donation from Nintendo Man 1998. I always imagined Papyrus with Johnny Skeletor voice, but I couldn't think of a voice for Sans. What do you imagine Sans sounds like? Also, could you read Papyrus's lines in Skeletor's voice? That last anonymous $5 was mine. Put it towards the true hero villain ending in Shadow.
There are a lot of people that give Papyrus a Skeletor voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like he deserves it.
Let me see. All right, unfortunately, I couldn't show it off because the fireballs are kind of really hard to hit when she
Yeah.
doesn't want to hurt you. But apparently, what the Easter egg is that for a frame, that's why I say it's a blink and miss, she will look extremely shocked that she actually hit you when she didn't mean to hit you.
Alright, so
Yeah.
That's true hero villain? Pure hero evil path. And that was...
By the way, if you want the Toriel quick kill, this is when you attack her.
Yeah, every enemy that shows you mercy has a betrayal, and you know, just to rub that in, Sans will pull the same shit on you when you fight him in the genocide run.
I hated that shit.
You really think it was going to show you mercy after everything you've done at that point?
Well, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I refuse to do a genocide run, so I've watched people play it, and
You, my uncle, refuse to do a genocide run.
Well, I refuse to do a genocide run for a completely different reason, and it's because I know I can't beat Sans. I have a hard enough time on regular Undyne.
Undying the Undying in genocide is a nightmare.
I know. I watched the genocide run while my girlfriend was here. I watched her play it over her shoulder. I didn't actually see the ending while she was playing it because she got stuck at Sans too. Like she's beaten Sans before, but you know, it's one of those bosses.
Sans took me an hour and 15 minutes, I want to say.
If you check that bush, there's a camera hidden
there's
inside.
a camera. This is how they keep track of whoever comes to this gate.
Well, actually, I think it was Alphys.
it's Alphys.
Alphys. Yeah, I think that's how Alphys was watching you.
There are random objects you can check throughout all of Undertale that have cameras in them, and that's how Alphys is watching you.
Creeper. I like Alphys, but she's probably the most tragic character in the game. In her own weird way.
It's possible you can get her to kill herself.
Wait, really?
Yeah, she can commit suicide if she becomes so distraught with despair. I don't remember the requirements for it, but it can happen.
Yeah, because like I know the ending when she's the only one you spared, and she calls you up to say that she's the leader of the underground and that she hates you, and wants you to die. But she doesn't kill herself in that ending.
Oh, and to that Twitter link from earlier, it's all of us as Undertale characters. John, you're Frisk. Lewis, you are Metaton EX. I'm Sans. Smoothies is Asgore.
It's the hair, isn't it? That's why I'm Metaton. It's the hair. That's the only justification.
It's just a bunch of us are just random Undertale characters. Twix Mix is Goat Mom.
I'm vaguely surprised I'm not Sans, because everyone draws me in that goddamn hoodie that I wore when I got lazy at a convention.
Ted is Kara.
Alright, so I know guys wanted me to give Papyrus a Skeletor voice. I'll do it during the battle, because if I was reading every single one of his lines, we'd be doubling this playthrough time.
Yeah. So Papyrus is the most talkative of the characters.
Yeah!
Like
Dude,
every
like I'm
two
hiding
rooms,
behind this conveniently shaped lamp.
every 2 rooms he stops you and yaps your ear off about how great his puzzle is. The really heartbreaking thing about Papyrus is that if you're on the genocide run, he tries to show you mercy right away, so he doesn't really even get a boss fight.
Yeah.
Inside the box is some free tough gloves
Oh yeah.
if you ever need it.
Directly to the north, there is there's a fishing rod. Someone's fishing for fish in the sea, and by fish in the sea I mean women who are fish. But you can reel it in and check it, but if you don't reel it back out, you can talk to the guy at the end of the game, and he'll say for some reason his fishing rod didn't catch anything.
Also in that area, if your fun level is set to a certain amount, you get a phone call for someone asking to talk to, and they stop.
No, that's not up here. That's actually above north of Snowden, where you would.
I could have sworn it was with the fishing rod.
No, it's north of Snowden.
Yeah,
okay, never mind.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what the fun level itself is, but I know that the fun level that you need to set in your config file is 66 for most of the Gaster stuff, and what that is actually the number of resets in your game. So to get that legitimately, you have to reset the game 66 times.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Oh no, with the fishing rod is you can get the sound test. That's what it is.
Is that like we're talking like resets when you restart your progress?
I think it might mean resets in the save menu, yeah. So you could probably do that like 66 times at the very beginning of the game and get it legitimately, but I'm not sure. I haven't tested it. I'm totally fine editing my config files for that shit.
Hey Johnny, someone in the chat asks if we're going to meet the boss in front of that certain door.
Oh,
Glide.
Glide. Do we want to? Because it takes about 3 minutes for him to show up.
Yeah.
Is that one of the enemies that was a fan creation?
That was no. I don't think Glide was. I know So Sorry was, and I know Muffet was.
Yeah. Man, Ice Cap is an annoying enemy to spare because it takes at least 3 turns, and Ice Cap's attacks are annoying.
Yeah.
But while we're on this, oh, the K9 crew. Okay, you kind of have to be a sociopath to kill these guys, but if you do, Undyne calls you out on it, even in a neutral run. And she'll say that you don't kill for self-defense, you kill because it was easy for you. And she kind of has a point, because these things don't really present much of a threat at all.
None of them are a threat, they're just dogs!
I like how it's smoking dog treats, though.
Yeah.
I thought it was a cigarette joke, or it was like a weed joke. This one just looked like it was trying to be smoked.
I do love the little Easter egg you can do with the lesser dog.
It takes forever though.
It takes forever, but it's so amazing.
Yeah, you just keep petting it until its head goes up through the top of the screen and then down through the bottom. And then when you reach a certain screen later, something will have changed very obviously.
Yeah.
And it kind of makes you feel bad. It makes you laugh, but it makes you feel bad. Also, this is the best joke. Also, if you try to walk away because you know that's going to happen, he calls you back, so you really can't get away from hurting Papyrus, even if you know it's going to happen.
Hold this, please. I love how Frisk's sprite never holds anything except for the umbrella.
Yeah. The hot dog.
Well, yeah, he holds a cup of water in a hot land.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that too. I think the color of the flag that you get at the end of this and the prize actually has something to do with the way you've been playing the game and not how efficient you were at getting the snowball to the end of this course. So it's not really a challenge thing.
Oh, we have a new donation of $1 from Twix Mix. Hey guys, I decided to donate during the Undertale run. The marathon's been fantastic so far. Let's keep the good times and the memes rolling.
Thanks.
Now you
you got green. Green is what?
I was going to say that if you just walk past the word search here, you get actually different dialogue from Sans and Papyrus. Junior Jumble is harder? Are you serious?
Are you serious, John?
I just want to make Papyrus happy.
Yeah, and you know if you talk to Sans there, he says that Papyrus finds difficulty in interesting places. Last week he got stuck trying to solve the horoscope.
The horoscope, yeah.
Yeah.
One of the weird things is that one of the canine unit actually presents itself as a random encounter, even though it's not random at all. It's the lesser dog. This is not a random encounter. You're always going to run into this guy. But
Lesser dog is so adorable.
lesser dog is actually one of the little buddies that is being made for Undertale. Really nice looking little figurines, kind of like amiibos without the gaming applications, and somewhat more expensive. I want that set. It's like $70 for the whole bunch.
Yeah, I've already ordered Sans.
The Sans in action figure is the official name.
Yep. Oh,
Now, if you're playing a genocide run, there is a trick to this fight. Kill Doggeressa first, and the other one won't do anything. They just get so depressed that they can't fight you. It's actually kind of horrible. Doggeressa, on the other hand, if you kill Dogamy first, Doggeressa goes berserk and becomes basically impossible to avoid. So, yeah. This is actually one of the tougher things to show mercy in, though, if only because you have to go up to a certain room and read a sign to get the hint that you need to figure out how to do this. Otherwise, you're just sort of doing the commands, the act commands, trying to figure
I don't
out.
think I found that sign first playthrough, so I just chose everything until everything was pretty much good to go.
Yeah.
Right.
And you can totally do that to show the enemies mercy, but that means you have to dodge more attacks, and you're probably going to take more damage along the way, so it doesn't really benefit you in any way. Using your brain to show mercy to the enemy is not only more engaging, but safer.
Yeah. Well, when you're doing True Pacifist, you're essentially playing a low-level game,
Yeah.
because you're not earning any experience.
Although it's not really all that much harder, because the way your stat curve works in Undertale is your attack goes up much more sharply than your natural defense. So your armor is still going to cover most of your defense.
If you're playing Pacifist, True Pacifist, don't ever buy weapons.
Yeah.
Well, you don't need to. It doesn't really matter if you have the weapons, but you do need a weapon, at least for Asgore.
You're given a weapon at the end of the game for the anyway, so.
Yeah, free. But I think there is an alternate dialogue bit during the not true ending, where Sans or someone will mention, something will be altered. I'm not really sure if you didn't change your equipment at all during the game. Some of the endings are like that. What?
Yeah, you can, let me see.
I didn't know that was there.
You can press this. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I didn't know that was there.
Yeah,
I
there's.
solved the puzzle legitimately every time.
I did it twice, legitimately, and then I found out about the tree.
I actually found the tree by accident my first playthrough.
I like how you actually get altered dialogue from Sans here if you played the game before. How he says, "You must be good at puzzles. I mean, it's impossible for you to have seen this before." He knows. This is hilarious no matter what answer you choose, because you get a different joke punchline at the end. Like, if you say you understand, he activates the puzzle and this happens. But if you say you didn't understand, he tries to explain it again, gets it wrong, then says fuck it, leaves the instructions by the machine and lets you walk across it.
But by the way, I love how Metaton is just sitting there. That's Metaton.
That's Metaton, yeah. That's how he knows you heard the explanation before. Next time he might even make something edible. This is where the Easter egg happens.
Yeah.
If you pet the dog enough times, he makes more and more enthusiastic snowmen until they're just like massive.
They're all over the place. Oh, I
They-
fucked up.
They're all.
Messed that up. And the screen to the south, if you happen to fall down or just go there yourself, there's a snow papyrus, and then there's a lump of snow that is just that just has Sans. Yeah, you see that down there? It has Sans written in red marker. And there was a cosplay at Too Many Games. It was just a guy with a piece of paper taped to his chest that says Sans.
That is the best Sans-esque. John, you have to start from the bottom left.
No, I think he's doing.
Oh no! Wait, never mind. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Never mind. My bad.
You just spiral around. It's pretty easy. And whenever you go through this area, a different snow formation will form on Fritz's head. Frisk's head. Why did I call him Fritz? That's the name of Chrono Trigger NPC.
Check the snow puffs. Check the
Check
snow puffs.
all the snow puffs, and you get some money on the last one that you check. Surprisingly, it's a snow puff.
Snow puff.
Snow
Is it
puff.
really
Is
a
it really
snow
a snow
puff?
puff?
Behold.
Oh, the snow puff. What is this?
There you go.
If you check the doghouse before you fight this guy, too late now.
Yeah.
If you check the doghouse before you fight this guy, it says, "What a tiny doghouse." After you fight him, it says, "It must be bigger on the inside."
This messed with my mind the first time I saw it.
A greater dog is basically no threat to you whatsoever because he's just trying to play with you.
This also has this has sort of a quick mercy, where if you continue to ignore it, it gets
just gets
closer
bored.
and closer, and then it gets bored and it goes away.
Oh, yeah.
I love how the dog's face is on the spear and on his wrist.
Oh, man.
Because just remember, I think now it's when it starts attacking. Well, sort of.
Oh, I think does it start attacking when you're not moving? Huh.
The spears in battle even have faces on them.
Now, he's got a face on his spear, a face on his face, and a face on his wristband on the other hand.
Yup.
Now, the dog character, we're probably not going to see this. Oh, are you going to show it off? Are you going to show off the developer room?
If I can, if you want me to.
I mean, is that in your save file?
I'll have to check. Give me a second.
You know you can also use the stick for the quick kill, or the
Yeah,
quick
you're
mercy.
right about that. No, I don't want the pet. I like dogs.
Oh yeah, if you keep the stick in your inventory rather than sticking it in the box, you can throw it,
stick it
and the
in the
dog
box.
enemies will try to fetch it.
I love when the greater dog walks away.
The stick can also be used for a quick mercy on the wizard enemy near the end of the game.
Oh really? I didn't
Yeah.
know that.
Because it thinks you're a magician because you have a stick.
And the bandage that is your early game armor can be used as a low level healing item as well. Hi Toby, what are you doing up there?
So dangerous, dog. What?
The annoying dog is Toby Fox's avatar within the game world, and that's only confirmed if you get to the developer room. But the annoying dog shows up at several points during the game, including at the end of hard mode and during Papyrus's boss fight.
Yeah.
All right,
And
now
here.
explain to me the developer room because I'm drawing a blank.
The developer room, if you manage to well, you can hack it into your save file as well. But if you avoid all of the backer credits without hitting any of them,
That's right.
yeah, the room south of Snowden will open up, and
The room where
yeah,
you fight the Glide boss battle.
the room where you fight Glide, right behind there is a room where the annoying dog is sleeping on a sweater that needs patches. There's a computer in the corner and a copy of Undertale in the other corner. And a second dog that collapses into a pile of wool for some reason. Also, in a pacifist run, if you sleep at the inn, you can actually heal yourself to 30 HP. It's useless during a neutral run or a genocide run because it won't go above 30 HP. But if you're on a pacifist run, it can give you a slight edge. And once you're at the Hotlands and you can take the river ferry back, you can benefit from this whenever the heck you want.
This takes me back to camping.
If you listen to the snoring, there's actually a tune to it. I'm not I can't place the tune, but there's some sort of melody, tune, music thing going on with it.
Yeah, it's called Let's Get the Hell Out of Here. It's about a 2-minute long track.
That was just making fun of inns and RPGs in general. Because, like, in JRPGs, you stay the night in an inn, you get healed up, but there's no indication that time has passed. And, like, you can do it any time, even at times in the story where there's, like, no... Oh, it happened.
Oh, you got the Gaster.
The wrong number song.
I love how the text is actually set to the tune of the song.
Yeah.
You think I'll get a Gaster Easter egg up here?
You might.
I'm gonna go to the library.
The library?
And you talk to this person right here. Yes, we know the sign is misspelled.
Well, the majority of the Gaster Easter eggs only appear if your fun value is set to 66. The door in the waterfall area, I think, applies to that, and the grayed out NPCs that appear in certain places and tell you pieces of Gaster's backstory.
Oh, so it's not random.
The Gaster followers in the left and right elevators, they are random on if they show up, but they do show up if your fun level is set over 66. And there's also Ghost Monster Kid.
Okay.
Oh yeah, Ghost Monster Kid.
So you won't fight. Then let's see if you can handle my fabled blue attack.
And you just don't do anything. But then it fakes you out by turning your heart blue and probably bitch slapping you with a very tiny white bone.
This is the point where I really started liking the soundtrack. I took that bone for you. You're blue now. That's my attack. I love the added percussion to Bone Trousel.
Yeah.
And this, the Papyrus theme and Papyrus boss theme sound awesome in the remixed mod. And you just love... the best remixes are the ones that sound like they could have been composed to sound like that in the first place. And that's exactly the way the Papyrus themes sound.
How high can you jump?
2 inches, 3 inches, 3 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches.
4 inches again. How about triple 4? 3 fours. Yeah! Don't make me use my special attack!
I'm not gonna lie. The jumping is surprisingly difficult at times because sometimes you have to jump between things, and that can get very precise, especially when you're fighting Sans.
Yeah. I can almost taste my future popularity.
Now, if you flirt with Sans, there is a slightly altered version of what transpires after this. Instead of a hangout, you go out on a date with him.
Yeah. Papyrus, head of the royal guard.
Now, to be honest, the dating sequence that you get after this is funnier than the hangout sequence because it's just kind of a big joke on romance systems and RPGs in general. But it plays out basically the same way as the hangout sequence. It just has altered dialogue. Ouch.
Somebody made a meme that says, my favorite is Metatron, Johnny, 2016. Okay, well, and then it's Megatron with Metatron's face.
Oh, I thought it was going to be a Tron.
I thought it was going to be Metatron from Shin Megami Tensei. I'm disappointed. The music mod, I forget what the music mod is actually called, to be honest. I think it's just called the Undertale music mod.
And somebody made a drawing called Under Memes, Johnny, you're Frisk, I'm Sans, and Lewis, you're Papyrus.
All I know is that I got the music mod off the same website as the Undertale color mod, so if it's on that site, then it's probably the same one. But I switched out some of the music tracks in my game. Like, I used an alternate version of Toriel's theme from the... it has a separate folder along with the download with some alternate remixes if you want to swap those in. And I left the theme Undertale unchanged because, frankly, that theme is so beautiful that I can't stand to change it. Same with Hopes and Dreams.
Oh, I love Hopes and Dreams.
Yeah.
So, how does chat feel about Undertale?
Well, I know there was
some guy What do you do on a Friday night?
I know there was some guy who felt the need to post in the comments that he was no longer interested and was therefore leaving. So, yeah.
Oh, that's fine.
Alright.
Can't please them all.
It's not for everybody, and... well, I would hope somebody named I Am Temmie enjoys Undertale.
Well, you know, Undertale... I tweeted about this earlier, but while I was watching Undertale theory and review videos, it started to dawn on me why this game is so loved. And it's not necessarily because it's the best game ever made, because, you know, from an objective standpoint, I could name a number of games that are better made than Undertale, both indie and not. But what Undertale does good is so goddamn memorable that it sticks in your mind like nothing else, and so you wind up thinking about it for longer than a lot of AAA games would, for example. Right. So...
Hi, annoying
What
dog.
the heck? That's my special attack! Hey! You stupid dog! Do you hear me? Stop munching on that bone! Hey! What are you doing? Come back here with my special attack! Oh well. I'll just use a really cool regular attack. Here's an absolutely normal attack.
I love this boss fight, and the music goes great with it, especially the modded version. The modded version really enhanced this fight for me.
Here goes special attack.
Cool,
Dude.
This is my favorite part of the attack right here.
Yeah,
The big army of bones.
yeah. Papyrus must really be compensating for something. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean?
Well, being
There it is.
Someone says the boss fights are probably their favorite part about the game.
Oh yeah.
Well, they're so engaging.
Yeah, they are, and you know what? As far the boss fights are a great example of what Undertale does so well. That I wish, in a general sense, not necessarily in the same way Undertale does, but I wish, in a general sense, that more games would do, and that's tying story in with gameplay rather than segregating them or trying to emphasize one over the other. And I mean that in the sense like AAA games, a lot of the time these days, they either have cutscene to gameplay disparity. See Tomb Raider's reboot, where Lara Croft is having so much trouble killing people, guys, we swear, but you know, as soon as it's in gameplay, you're just blowing things up and having a gay old time. And then there's stuff like The Order, where it's like, fuck gameplay, we just want to tell a story. That
sounds like
thing.
every David Cage game.
Well, you know what? I'm gonna cut David Cage some slack, because David Cage is just making games in a genre that has existed since the dawn of DOS, and that's the point-and-click adventure game. He just made it mainstream for consoles, which it wasn't before like Heavy Rain and stuff happened. It was mostly a PC thing. What David Cage's problem is that his games are written in kind of an inconsistent way, so that if you think about them too much, the plot holes kind of ruin the experience. So yeah. Sans, stop plaguing my life with incidental music. The rock is covered in sprinkles. Now, Toby Fox made an in-character Sans Tumblr post where he was criticizing people for in a very, you know, Sans-like way, criticizing people for jumping on unconfirmed rumors that Undertale had something prejudiced in it. I think it had something to do with Shyren. I didn't really check what it was, but he said, you know, it's up to the blameless to cast the first stone, but my rock is covered in sprinkles, so keep doing what you're doing. I tweeted about that earlier today, actually, so if anyone watching this actually wants to see the full post, just read my Twitter backlog.
I love how Papyrus sleeps in a race car.
I sleep in a big bed with my wife.
Now he wants to drive down the road with the wind in his hair, but obviously that's just a dream for more reason than one.
Hangout start.
Oh, you didn't get the date sequence. I guess you have to flirt more than once.
No, this is the date sequence.
No, this is the hangout sequence. If it's the date sequence, it says dating start. Like,
Well,
Yeah.
it hasn't started yet.
No, it would.
No. Instead of saying hangout start, it would say dating start.
At the very beginning, yeah, and he would be reading from a. It's the same sequence either way. It just has some altered dialogue. Like he basically friend zones you at the end if you're dating him. Friend zoning in a comedic way, not the literal way. Actually, he says after his boss fight, when you decide let's be friends, he says, "Wow, we haven't even gone on our first date yet, and I've already hit the friend zone." And he says it in a way that you can clearly tell he has no idea what friend zone means.
I love the doofy expression he gets when
it goes
his
up.
eyes.
Yeah. Instead of friendship, it would say dating power. Which makes the whole thing funnier, really. Because at the end, when the meter goes past the end, it's sort of a sex joke.
His shoulders are basketballs.
This is actually the first time I ever got friendship instead of dating power. I've had dating power every other time.
Yeah, you have to keep flirting with him until he stops flirting with you, actually. I think you need to flirt with him multiple times before you use mercy, is the thing. Also, the color mod kind of ruins this effect, because you can tell that it's spaghetti from the color, but in black and white it looks like he's got a brain up there. It's like, that's Papyrus' secret all along. He actually has a brain.
So is the spaghetti good or not?
No, it's horrible. No, Undyne confirms, like, point blank that Papyrus is terrible at cooking.
Well, they're giving each other cooking lessons. That's what it is. Well, no, Undyne's giving Papyrus cooking lessons.
Yeah.
But that's why he's bad at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this ending line is different when you're dating him. But the hangout session makes a little less sense. But maybe a little too much? Like, dial it back. Oh, but you know what? I first got the hangout sequence on a neutral run after killing Undyne.
Ooh.
So, yeah. Or maybe it was before killing Undyne, but then he called me on the cell phone after I killed Undyne and said we should all hang out. Actually, killing Undyne has an uncanny way of making you feel like the world's biggest jerk, because for like the next hour afterwards, you just keep getting sucker punched by Undyne references. Like, Alfie says she didn't have a chance, like, she didn't watch the fight with Undyne, but Undyne's unbeatable, so I'll just ask her about it later. And this is while she's helping you, but you kill Undyne, so you feel like an asshole.
Essentially.
Well, yeah, on a neutral run, Undyne is the one character, like, you feel totally justified in fighting back against. Because she's the first character who's outright trying to kill you. Like, really trying to kill you.
Well, sparing her repeatedly, though, is also a pretty funny joke.
Oh, yeah.
Especially if the text gets more aggravated, and then, like, the text box is like, she's starting her eyes around, wondering if this is some sort of prank.
Oh, yeah. There are multiple instances of that. Like, when she's throwing spears at you or making spears spawn out of the ground, just walk back and forth dodging them for a while. They get faster and faster. And faster and faster and faster until they just don't stop coming. It's hilarious.
I love Sansa's shortcuts. He can bend time and space to his will. It's amazing.
He went in the opposite direction of Snowden, and you still wound up at Grillby's.
Damn right. Study of quantum physics.
If you happen to have killed the lesser dog, either in a neutral run or a genocide run, if you walk back to the back of the room and you check that door that the guy just walked through, it says it's the fire escape, but you can't go through since you're not made of fire. Unfortunately, during Pacifist Run, the lesser dog is in the way, so you can't actually check that. Also, if you kill the entire canine unit, you talk to that horse guy in the corner, you get alternate dialogue. Like, he'll say that the capital's getting crowded and people are starting to move there. In a Pacifist Run, he says that he doesn't want to see the erasure of the local culture, but he loves seeing city slickers fall on their ass. If you've started to kill the canine crowd, though, he laments that maybe they'll have room anyway. So, yeah, you kind of feel like an asshole even in a neutral run at that point.
Yeah.
I like when you didn't talk to him, but earlier on, after the ice cream man's stall, if you talk to Sans, he tries to sell you fried snow, and every time you say yes, he raises the price. Yeah. If you say no at a middle price, he says, yeah, it should be higher. If you say no at the highest price, he asks you if you can't see a deal when you see one, when one's in front of your face. So, oh man. I could just talk about the little Easter eggs that we're casually skipping over, but that wouldn't be very interesting as a commentary. So I'm gonna stop doing that now.
Yeah, it's reading over. No, we're here for like another 4 hours.
No, it's like, I just noticed, like, my entire commentary this whole time has been like, this is all the dialogue that we're skipping over.
Oh, we got a couple new donations.
Ooh, awesome.
$25 from Nora Shank. An annoying crow steals the artifact, but it leaves behind $25 for Cheetah Men. Alright.
I know her.
We got $5 from Boardman. You're a bunch of boneheads. Yeah. And to clarify, Metaton is Mtom because of Metatom64. Just look at how much you love Ted and just look at how much love Ted has in Hyrule Warriors.
Which means if Tom ever goes Tom Neo, he dies in one hit.
Yeah. And Super Silver George donates $10. All right, so $25 for Cheetahman.
Thanks again, once again, guys, for all your contributions. Nathan, did you want to go ahead and explain what we're raising money for?
Yeah, so we are raising money for the Dreamscape Foundation, which is raising money to help accommodate special needs classrooms, to help decrease the dropout rate of special needs students. You can donate by clicking the big green donate button down below. We are sitting at... We have raised $31.37 so far.
Awesome.
And you can donate, and you can donate for incentives that we have going on, which, for Ted, he's got Which Path and Shadow the Hedgehog you want to donate towards. For Mia, she's donating to which Action 52 game she starts. And Johnny still has, which version of Symphony of the Night gets played.
PS1 and Saturn.
Yes.
Flexman, Aaron.
Now, there's actually an Easter egg in the naming screen. You can name your character after basically any monster or player character in the game. Most of the major characters won't let you take their name, but they will comment if you pick something close to it. And if you name yourself after a monster, you'll get special dialogue, and I'm pretty sure you'll still be allowed to take the name. Also, Flowey will solve these puzzles for you. Are you going to check the sign? Because all it does is congratulate you for failing the puzzle.
I could do that, but I'm gonna get some quiche.
Oh yeah, you're getting the underbench quiche.
Yeah.
Underbench sounds like the working title for the game. Underbench.
There's a fan game sequel to this called Undertale. I'm not joking. It's actually I'm not sure if it's finished, but it's a full-length fan game sequel kind of thing. Also, if you're playing on a genocide run, Flowey solves the puzzles for you. Like, he'll hold down buttons and stuff, and he'll actually, you know, create bridges out of the bridge flowers for you.
Yeah.
Now, no matter what you do, this backfires on Papyrus. You can keep the same equipment that you're wearing, and he'll say that he told her you were wearing something else. If you do what he expects you to and change your clothes after he calls you, he'll say that he told her you were wearing you were wearing something else, and the article of clothing he coincidentally made up is what you changed to.
Yeah. I love Washua.
Wash your feet.
Oh man. Enemies like Washua are kind of like the reason I like the color mod though, because they're so much more vibrant.
Oh, hi.
Now this is the sequence I was talking about where if you walk back and forth, the spears will keep getting faster. But that's really dangerous because of that.
Yeah.
Like, getting hit doesn't mean instant damage, but it does mean, like, a fast transition into a bullet hell sequence that's really hard to dodge on a pinch. So, yeah, don't get hit by the spears if you can avoid it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that transition happens so fast that you're going to get hit. Unless you're, like, really good. I don't think these spears can hit you at all, though.
I don't believe so.
No, they're deliberately flying over your head.
Yeah.
Hey Johnny, after Undyne walks away, do me a favor real quick and walk all the way back to the beginning of the bridge,
Yeah,
to see if Monster Kid's there. Well,
yeah. Sure, no problem.
Speaking of Monster Kid,
For a second there, my first playthrough, I thought, holy shit, that I just had that kid
Speaking of which, while playing the game, have you ever backtracked and noticed someone following you?
a couple times, yeah.
Is it Flowey?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Flowey. Flowey follows you throughout the whole game.
I thought that was something only exclusive to like true pacifists to make sure you're keeping your word.
Oh, I think it happens during every playthrough, unless
I know, like if you backtrack at a certain point, I actually think it's around here. You talk to the Echo Flowers, and they pick up Flowers' conversation. I don't know who he's talking to, but he's
Oh nope, the monster kid's not here.
no, it's random. You're talking about the
black and white
the black
monster
and white
kid?
one. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
I think it's random, and I think going back and forth doesn't fix anything.
And
Yeah.
the conversation you get from the black and white,
I always took it as a ghost.
but it's so weird because it's like the monster. It what he says is just like forget about me and all sorts of stuff like that. It's really weird.
As an Easter egg, have you ever talked to the Echo Flower before talking to the guy who explains them?
No, I don't think I have.
Yeah, because if you talk to the Echo Flower before he explains the Echo Flower, the Echo Flower says that all that gives my life validation is explaining the Echo Flower. No one can ever know.
I don't
And then-
remember this thing.
I don't remember it either. Where did this go?
The fairy,
Three
Yeah.
goals for the fairy?
he takes you back to the other side.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so this is something that just doesn't appear the first time you pass through here. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, it's a good point, because I always go right first.
Yeah. Sans always plays stupid pranks on you.
It's so funny.
My favorite one is still the hot dog one, though.
And the hot cats.
And the hot cat, yeah.
I don't need to... Wait, how many... Do anything, but I was got by so many
If you buy 3 nice creams and leave the cards in the box, you open the box and you find that 2 bugs are playing a 3-card game.
I think over here is the shortcut to the... Yeah, that's where the duck is at.
Yeah, the duck.
The duck.
Now, this is one of those sequences where I kind of feel like we're just sort of not doing it justice by doing this fast blaze through playthrough.
Well, that's what an eventual commentary is for.
Yeah. Like I'm thinking of doing a stream series on Brain Scratch for Undertale, and I'd probably take it really slow, just talk to the majority of
yeah,
things. But like talking to the Echo Flowers and reading the signs in this area is important to learning the lore of the underworld. And in fact, if you didn't, take the game's hint and stop killing things at the very start, this is probably where you'll try to start showing a little more mercy in battle.
This Onion-san,
I have no idea.
This thing is weird as fuck.
it's so random, but not like in a funny sort of random. It's just, alright.
I think the really anime stuff might have been Temmie. I know the Temmies are named after Temmie Chang.
Yeah.
Not sure about Onion-san. I'm pretty sure that Onion-san is a parody of something.
Of
But-
what, though?
I don't know. Onion-san never appears again after
No,
this.
that's the only time we see it.
It's just sort of the big-lipped alligator. I can't believe I brought that back.
Oh hey, Shiren.
Shiren is one of those enemies that you actually can betray when the time comes to show her mercy. Like
You can keep singing, too, and you get a bigger audience the more you do it.
I think that increases the amount of gold that you get when you spare her.
Oh, good to know.
That happens with the mold smalls. I know that much. Like the more you talk to them, the more gold you get at the end of the battle. But you can spare them right away without running or skipping a turn. Now this is probably one of the weirdest things in the game. When you put the umbrella here, you hear a music tune. You play that tune on the piano back there, and you can open a room and get a magic artifact. Except the annoying dog steals it and leaves dog residue in your inventory.
That hint right there, I believe, was added in a patch, because
Nobody can tell what buttons go to what notes.
Yeah, you were just originally required to play what you heard.
Yeah. But there's another Easter egg here. if you do this if you go into this room after beating Undyne and getting her phone number, you can call her in here, and you'll get some backstory as to how this artifact got here. Basically, she put it there for the fuck of it.
I love how
And-
you're carrying too many items, even though you had plenty of space.
Carrying too many dogs.
Yeah, the annoying dog appears in your inventory out of nowhere, and the dog residue that it leaves behind is actually one of the most broken items in the game, intentionally so, because the dog residue can be used to fill your inventory with more dog residue. Basically, it allows you to very slowly accrue infinite gold. Also, occasionally it spawns dog salads, which are low-level healing items.
I don't want to eat a dog salad if it's from dog residue. Thank you very much.
The dog salad is an interesting item because its description in battle when you use it is randomized, and its item description is also randomized. It's made of different things every time.
Temmies also love dog turds. You can sell them for a pretty high price.
Dog residue?
Dog residue. You know what it is. It's dog turds.
Temmies is the only things that are the only people who buy items in this game.
Yeah, I sent them to college.
No. Oh yeah, you have the Temi village, which is just a little bit ahead, is the only place where you can sell items. Now there are two things to know about selling items in the Temi village. One, that you can infinitely sell dog residue as long as you keep one and keep using it. The other is that buying cloudy glasses and then running back over there with the cloudy glasses allows you to sell the cloudy glasses at higher than their retail price. So you make money whenever you sell the cloudy glasses. So you can run back and forth between the two shops and make money actually faster that way than you would by selling dog residue.
And the only reason why you would sell items to Temi in the first place so you can put them through college, and if you do that, they can make you the Temi armor. It's really expensive, but it's the best armor in the game.
Well, the thing about the Temi armor is that the price goes down every time you die.
Yes.
So it's there so that if you're having a hard time with a game, you can buy it and not have a bad time anymore.
We have a new $1 donation from Mario 1 Sonic 2. Hey Johnny, Nathan, and Lewis. I'm loving the Undertale playthrough. Another $1 for y'all. Put it towards Runner's Torch, por favor. Good luck, my fellow peers.
Yeah, put it towards True Evil Pathway and Shadow.
True Evil Evil?
Yeah, True Evil Evil.
The other thing about the Temi armor, though, is that you can't get it on a genocide run at all.
Nope.
It's I think it's just replaced by an even more expensive version of Temi Flakes. I'm not gonna lie, this part gets really hard to dodge sometimes.
One backwards.
It doesn't help that, unlike the spear section where you only had one direction to go, this is kind of a maze.
Yeah, I gotta take a bottom left pathway.
Yeah.
I was thinking, I thought about step 3 before step 2.
But this is another sequence that gets faster the more you dodge it, like it's doing now. Actually, I think you might be pissing Undyne off a little.
Oh well.
Deal with it.
Yeah, she's getting mad. Run! Yeah, you see how fast it's coming now?
Yeah.
It gets faster.
And we're good. Because now it resets back to its slow pace.
Yeah, somewhat. Although I don't think it will reset if it hits maximum speed. I like these sequences where your sprite darkens. It looks it looks really nice.
Yeah.
And there's detail too, because when you're facing the left, your face is lit up. When you look at the back, you're almost completely covered in shadow.
Yeah, that's actually kind of neat because sprites mirror themselves most of the time.
Yeah.
And in fact, I'm pretty sure Undyne's sprite has that problem, which is a problem in her case, like a real problem in her case, because she has an eye patch. Now, there is actually an interesting theory, which I happen to agree with, and this scene kind of supports, that whenever you die, you're actually hearing Asgore talking to Kara when he or she was dying before.
Oh, I always took it as Azrael talking to Chara when he first fell.
I think it was Asgore who said to Kara, "Stay determined," when Kara was dying. I think that's in one of the recording tapes or something.
Well, because that's Asgore's voice.
Yeah, it's Asgore's voice sound thing. His beeps.
Are you talking about the theory that when Frisk fell down, she awakened Kara's soul, and Kara's like narrating the entire game for us?
I think it's just implied that Kara's spirit is with Frisk the entire time, regardless.
Yeah.
And that, like, it never appears in the pacifist run, but maybe that's because you helped it find rest. Whereas in the genocide run, you just agitate it more.
Mm-hmm.
The dummy boss, by the way, in the genocide run, makes you feel like an asshole in a completely different way. Because it gets so angry at you that it becomes totally corporeal within its dummy body. And it's so happy about this that it tries to spare you. And it's not even like an optional betrayal that makes you feel like more of an asshole than the genocide run usually does. No, it's actually the only way you can kill it.
Yeah, you have to kill it.
So, the screen share is lagging.
Skype screen share lagging.
It froze for a second.
Yeah, it's back to normal now. Never mind. But this is slightly annoying because there are times when you can only just barely hit the dummy with the magic attacks, and trying to move yourself into position to do that at the very last second is a pain in the ass, frankly.
Mm-hmm. This fight was a little...
It was a little annoying compared to the other fights on the pacifist run.
I just gotta hit him one more time, then he replaces all of his things with rockets.
Yeah. And the rockets feel like, when you're playing blind, they feel like the most annoying thing about the boss fight, but that's actually deceptive, because the fight takes, I think, the same number of turns regardless of whether you hit him at all with the rockets. I think, like, after a certain number of turns, he just says, fuck it, and then the acid rain.
And then the acid rain shows up, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if it's possible to kill the dummy in a neutral playthrough. I'm pretty sure that this battle ends without a death, regardless of whether you attack him. I don't think it's possible to hit the dummy enough times that it actually dies. That, and it's a total crapshoot even if you could, so fuck it. Yeah, the trick with these missiles is that they'll loop around you for a certain amount of time, and then they'll just fire straight. Wow, you hit him with almost all of the missiles there. that never happens.
I've got knives!
We had a knife.
I'm out of knives. You can't hurt me and I can't hurt you. You'll be stuck fighting me forever. This is actually kind of like what Sans tries to pull at the end of his boss fight. Which is actually so hilarious that I don't want to spoil it. Yeah. I'm going to leave that, a mystery for the most part. Go play a genocide run. Or watch it on YouTube and be mocked by Flowey. Sorry, I interrupted you.
Napstablook.
You get some slightly different dialogue from Napstablook if you tried to kill him earlier in the game, but you can still follow him to his house and hang out.
Are you gonna get the trippy scene, Johnny?
I was thinking about it. Yeah, I'll do it once. It takes about like 20 seconds.
It takes like 20 seconds.
Yeah.
Yeah, something like that.
It was one of those instances where I'm really glad I didn't have much of the game spoiled for... Well, yeah, just talk to Dummy real quick. There we go. It's one of those instances where I just did it by complete accident.
You just sat there to see what
just
would
sat
happen.
there and it just like, what the fuck?
Yeah. Unfortunately, well, I got a laugh out of it when I first saw it too, but I first encountered this sequence when my girlfriend was playing. This was about the point where I started watching her play, actually, I think. Like, I don't think I saw the papyrus sequence. I think I started shortly before Napstablook's house. Now, we're probably not going to see this since we're rushing through the game, but the house next door belongs to Mediton when he was a ghost. Hapstablook was his name. And if you buy the mystery key from Brady and Caddy later in the game, you can come back here and read it. And during the true pacifist ending, Mediton will be hanging out outside of his house.
Yeah. Here we go. Space trip.
Man.
I love this tune though. It's so ambient.
Oh! Before you leave the house, start one of the music tracks down.
Oh,
there.
you can't if after you do this.
You can go. You can leave the house and then come.
Yeah,
back.
I can do that. You're right. But if you try to listen to music immediately after this, you can't because you're trying to recover from this.
Yeah. But like, start the music and then get into a random battle.
Well, that was nice.
This is my favorite one of the three, so good choice.
Yeah, Spookwave,
Wave.
I think is
Is it? I think the random battles are all down south.
Yeah, because if you go to the right, it gets replaced with Sans theme.
Oh. Why Sans? Why Sans' theme? Sans isn't anywhere over there. Huh. And then this happens with your first random battle.
Or Washua.
If you're so scared, why do you keep winking? These are winks of fear. Wink.
No,
Don't-
Wash, wait,
Is this
don't
creepy
leave me.
music my punishment for being creepy? Please stop. I'll never creep again.
But he still winks at the end. Okay,
Yeah.
there we go.
And he winks in his naming screen Easter egg too. Also, this guy, every NPC in the game has extra dialogue if you come back to them at the end of the game, after a true pacifist run. Sort of like at the end of a Persona game, actually. But if you come back to this guy in particular, he will tell you the backstory behind the nickname of King Fluffy Buns.
I love King Fluffy Buns.
And this is where you find Temmie Village.
Yeah, by complete accident, I found it.
Yeah.
I think everybody finds it by complete accident.
Well,
Yeah.
there's only so many things that give you hints about its location.
Yeah.
Well, if you talk to the turtle guy, he'll say it's nearby, so you're looking for it. And then there's the fact that you run into Temmie's here.
The funny thing is if you wait long enough, Temmie's face will vibrate off of its head. If you sit and wait long enough, Temmie's head will vibrate so much that it just leaves its body.
Jesus Christ.
Hoi, I'm Temmie.
Oh, that was impossible to
Yeah,
dodge.
that's impossible to dodge. I don't know if I'm gotta do something wrong with that, but
You could have just flexed and summoned Aaron.
Wait, does that actually happen?
Yeah, if you flex, Temmie will say that flexing isn't muscles aren't cute, and then Aaron comes in and says, "But muscles are cute," and then you'll instantly spare Temmie, but then you have to spare Aaron.
Oh, okay. Well,
That-
Aaron
that-
is significantly easier to get away from the attacks of, so...
Yeah, that's how I've always beaten Temmie's. Because it also gives you more money.
I like the mushroom dance, by the way.
Although he's like a conspiracy theorist whenever he stops dancing.
Whatever could it mean?
And then he gives that face.
it symbolizes my inner torment, trapped here by my high fate. My struggle to pull away, my struggle to escape, but alas, to no avail.
I think he's making fun of Undertale theorists before they even happened.
I love the Temmie in the wall.
I love talking to the Temmie shopkeeper because everything they say is the same.
You guys sell us some butts pie.
What,
That's fine.
what about the spider note?
Yeah. it's fine.
Yeah, the names of items in the Temmie shop are deliberately abbreviated poorly because Temmies can't read, speak, spell, or do anything other than say
That's
"hoy."
why you're funding them to college.
Which is
No,
also
he-
spelled wrong.
Well, actually, it's funny because I think if you try and sell her either dog residue or one item, and you deliberately say no, she'll raise the price for a bit.
Yeah.
But if you still decline that, she says in a completely normal voice, "You're gonna regret this."
Yeah, that is actually a random thing. Not a random thing, actually. It occurs every 8 items, starting with the first one that you try to sell. And if you say no once, you can raise the price. And I don't know if it works a second time because I've never tried it. But it's every 8 items that you try to sell, so you can intentionally make it happen on the highest priced items that you have if you keep count.
I love when you check mold big, because it says it's one size larger than mold average.
Yeah, there's a lot of good jokes in the check dialogue.
I also love the small Easter egg with Temmie. If you buy a Temflake and you deny the Temflake, it gives you this weird face.
You can also buy the template and sell it back to her for more.
Yeah, we have 2 new donations, $10 from Anonymous and $1 from Mikono's fan.
Hey, thanks, Chris.
So thanks, Chris. He's donated a random amount throughout the marathon.
I really don't want to.
Huh, that is weird.
What?
I'm still connected to the Skype, I'm still watching the screen share, but I disconnected from the chat. What?
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 That never happens. Well, I'm reconnected now, but I disconnected for a good, 10 seconds.
That's what happens when we interact with Temmies.
Fuck you, Temmies.
The Temmies did it.
This creeped me out.
Oh, the Echo Flower? Yeah.
So who's said behind you?
I think it might have been Flowey.
It had to have been.
Either that or Sans. No, because Flowey can't actually save right now, so he wouldn't have been able to go back and look. Or go back in time and warn you, or anything. Oh, you know what? Let's get another Undertale theory here. That flower, that echo, was Frisk.
It's actually Ness.
The flower is Ness.
Have you seen the Sans' Ness theory?
Yes.
Yeah, we have.
I think Toby Fox deliberately said no to that. No, that's untrue.
That's not true at all.
Now, there's a thing up ahead. Oh, why are you checking these conversations?
To annoy you.
Okay. It's you skipped all the other Echo Flowers. Why check these? Although those are kind of the saddest ones.
They are.
If you just stand there and let Monster Kid fall, and then you fight Undyne, Undyne's HP will be lowered. There was going to be cracked armor, but Toby said on his Twitter that he just forgot.
Yeah, because Undyne jumps down to save Monster Kid.
Yeah, so her HP will be lowered in her fight if she jumps down to save him.
Yeah.
He says that to me all the time.
I hate your guts. Man, I'm such a turd.
Yeah. But yeah, the nicest thing to do is, of course, to go save Monster Kid. Monster Kid will act more favorably to you in the future if you do that.
Yeah.
And if you're playing Genocide, this is where the game really starts to kick you in the ass.
Although there is a neutral run for if you spare no one but Monster Kid. There's a neutral ending for everything.
Yeah.
And it's all just alterations on the same black screen conversation.
Which is why I never bothered.
But they're interesting conversations, so if you're not going to play them, it's worth at least watching them all on YouTube.
I love how, there's this giant rock formation under the mountain.
Now, later on, and we're probably gonna skip this, so I'm just gonna say it now. Like, even if you like, and this was one of the bits of dialogue that makes you feel like an asshole if you killed Undyne before you get it. But like, Alphys will tweet about something that about this one time that Undyne called her to ask about the weather, and then 2 seconds later, like, you take 2 steps forward and another tweet pops where Alphys realizes there's no weather in the underground. Why did she call me?
All right, Undyne here.
Oh, anti-AI and allegiance in the chat. You say you don't have time to play this. Well, it's actually a really short game. So
Yeah, it's about 6 hours.
yeah. So it's the same length as any standard game. It's not RPG length by any means. The time sink in this game is the replays. So by all means, if you have enough time for any old game, then go ahead and play it. It's not going to take up that much of your time. Oh, unless you want it to. Which you might. Are you taunting her?
Look, once you've done Undyne the Undying, you can do anything.
I love how Undyne's hair flows and there's no wind. We're underground, there's no wind.
One of the interesting things about Undyne is that most days she appears bald, but during the Alphys dating sequence, when she shows up in her street clothes, she has hair. It's like, what, did she put on a wig?
No, she's got hair here.
Well, she has, like, a ponytail.
She has a
back of a... Yeah, she has a ponytail sticking out of a bald head, and that's what it looks like on her sprite, too. But she has a full head of hair when she shows up in her leather jacket during the Alphys sequence.
Maybe she just takes some of her ponytail hair and puts it in front of it.
Maybe she ties back her hairline, sure. No, like maybe she's wearing one of those bald hats from Hollywood, so that it looks like she's bald, so that she can have that samurai look. Let's get some Undertale theories about Undyne's hair, why not? I mean, we've already got an Undertale theory video on her eye.
Yeah.
Which is worth speculating about, since Undyne the Undying has that weird glowy thing going on in her left eye.
That, like, laser out of her eye?
Yeah, and Sans does something similar in his boss fight, too.
How many people here, though, if anyone has done genocide around here, how many times people have died to Undyne the Undying? I'm just curious about that.
It's going to be a high number. No, it's like, okay, Undyne normal is DDR from hell. Imagine that, and then dial it up to about double in Undyne the Undying. And you know what? I'll tell you what. Undyne, both of her boss fights really work a lot better with a PlayStation 4 controller than an Xbox One. Because
I'm using a PS4 controller right now.
Yeah, the D-pad on the Xbox One is not very good for Undyne.
I didn't use a controller for Undertale.
Oh, you sorry soul. But there is a weird thing about the heart movement in Undertale. Have you ever noticed that you move slower when you're going straight up or straight to the side or straight down than you do when you're going diagonal?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a strange thing. In one of the fan games, Undertale Red actually has an option for that. Like, you can either move the same speed both ways, or you can have faster diagonals, like in the regular game. Undertale Red is a good fan game, by the way. It's literally just a single boss fight with, like, multiple endings and stuff, but it feels like it could be part of the game. Die already!
The yellow arrows are throwing you off, John.
They always throw me off.
Yeah, they always throw me off.
In Undyne the Undying, I think some of them are pointed sideways.
I hate that fight.
This is where Papyrus will always call you with that, but you could have killed her before you get to that step. So, yeah.
So sad to see.
Yeah, it's like
I'm out of here.
It's a kick to the groin. Like every time you manage to kill an NPC, I like how she pauses to just look at Sans. Just like,
and she gets angry at it.
She's like, really? But like every time you kill someone, the game guilt trips you immediately so that it can tempt you into reloading your save to spare them. And the first time you do that, if you do that with Toriel, Flowey calls you out on it immediately afterward.
Hmm.
He says he makes sure you know that he remembers. It won't ruin your pacifist run, but it will give you a different set of dialogue than you would normally get on a pacifist run.
Alright, now we have to head back for the Undyne date.
Oh
no, actually we can go a little further ahead and take the ferry.
Yeah, you want to go to Hotland. What the?
Oh yeah, no, they come here after.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
I think they came here from Waterfall because they were thirsty.
See if I get the Gaster hint here.
It's funny because like when I first played through Undertale, I didn't get the Undyne date until after the Alphys date.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, actually, when I did the pacifist route, the Undyne date was the last date I did.
Well, no, the Alphys Day was the last one I did.
Well, the Alphys one has to be last because it doesn't trigger until you do the Undyne one. But yeah, you could wind up doing it after the ending for all you know. You just have to do it all during the true pacifist revisit.
Will you hang out? Do I have to? She's gonna kill me.
Make sure to give her this, and then he gives it to her himself. And she's just like, yeah, okay. One thing I do appreciate about Undyne is like she's got 3 different character sprites, 3 different designs rather. One for when she's just chilling at home, one for when she's actually out going to fight, and one for when she's trying to go on a date with Alphys. I like details like that.
Bitch.
In video games, characters tend to wear the same outfit for 60 hours.
I have to go to the bathroom. You two have fun.
Crashes out the window.
Just crashes out the window.
$5 from Boardman saying, loving the commentary so far, guys. Question for Lewis: are you familiar with the alternate universe story called Story
Underswap?
Shift? No, Story Shift.
No, not Story Swap, not Story Shift. I've only ever heard of Underswap.
But
I'll look up Story Shift later, I guess.
They said I would recommend giving it a look. They think you'd like it.
Yeah, I probably will. I'm still new to Undertale fan stuff, so
I love how Papyrus just pops back into the window.
It was a quick bathroom break.
Oh, Papyrus sort of projects himself like an egotistical idiot, but sometimes he has really obvious flashes of brilliance. Sit down and progress.
Also, I love how Papyrus jumped out the window, but the glass popped back into Undyne's house. That's not physics.
Yep. Have either of you two played the Undertale demo? It still exists.
No, I
but
have not.
the demo that was available.
I haven't downloaded. I never played it.
Apparently, there are some jokes based around how the game is incomplete in that demo, so it's worth giving it some like a run through. Like there's one where characters walk through a wall if you manage to get yourself into an area that's not complete yet because the collision detection isn't finished there, and there's a scene I think that plays out to make fun of that.
So you do have to wait here for about 5-7 seconds for the water to boil. Hey, I wish my water boiled that fucking fast.
The Kickstarter for Undertale wasn't a multi-million-dollar Kickstarter, but the game was only asking for 5,000, and I think it got 50,000.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
John, you know you can actually pick Undyne for that sequence too.
Say what?
When you're using the spear to pick the different items,
Yeah.
you can pick Undyne.
And what did she say?
I can't remember exactly.
She asks if you're hitting on her.
Yeah, that's it.
She just gives you this look while she says it. And you can also point to the sword and to to everything
piano.
except the T. And if you point at the T, it says the obviously correct choice. Um,
You point at the hot chocolate. She mentions that it's actually an empty canister.
this is
Daylink
a,
Pikmin, the table is not just broke. It broke when Undyne threw the spear.
Yeah.
yeah, she threw the spear and it snapped in half. So now you're going to have a cooking lesson with Undyne. As you can see, she's a spaz.
I love when Undyne starts laughing. That facial reaction is so great.
Undyne's general behavior makes a lot more sense once you find out about her connection to Alphys, though.
Yeah.
She's obviously imitating anime.
I always like to imagine like when Undyne's cooking show, she like gets all Ultimate Warrior sort of esque. Envision these vegetables as your greatest enemy. Now pound them to dust with your fist. How will you pound? Strong. You punch the vegetables. Yeah, yeah. Our hearts are uniting against these healthy ingredients. Now it's my turn. Yeah.
We'll just scrape this into a bowl later.
You know, I don't know what's weirder, the fact that she did that, or that she had like the pots and pans prepared, hanging from her ceiling, so that she could knock them down
Yeah,
like that.
she's rehearsed for this.
She's probably did it so many times with Papyrus.
Yeah, I'm into it! Alright, now it's time to stir the pasta! As general rule of thumb, the more you stir, the better it is! Ready, let's do it! Stir harder! 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 Let me do it.
And spear?
For the record, I've gone full Metal Gear Solid torture room on this sequence. You can't get her to congratulate you on that.
Turn up
She
the
always
heat!
says harder.
Let the stovetop symbolize your passion! Let your hopes and dreams turn into burning fire! Ready? Don't let anything back! You just gotta hold right. Harder! Harder! Darn it! Harder! Wait, that's too... It explodes.
Well,
Oh man, no wonder Papyrus sucks at cooking.
odd detail in this sequence, more of a mistake, I would say, is that Undyne has the darkening effect on her sprite here, but Frisk does not. I'm not
Yeah,
really
and
sure
Maybe it was
why.
that. Maybe it's because he's not.
Well,
Let's say, assuming the. I can't believe I'm actually going to try and explain this. So heat travels upwards, and when it exploded, it reached face level for Undyne, but since Frisk is so short, it missed him.
maybe.
Oh, wait, so she's covered in soot?
Yes.
Okay. How did you get your spear back? Wasn't it in the table?
Fake attack.
One.
Has
It
anyone
still did
actually
one.
killed Undyne here?
No, I have not.
I've never done it.
If I'm getting to this point, it's because I'm going for true pacifist.
Well, you know, one of the black humor things that Undertale does is making fun of the player who wants to find every little variable.
Yeah.
And the house is crying.
Oh, that wasn't the darkening effect, that was just her hair. Okay. Huh. Never noticed that before.
Poor house.
Yeah,
Yeah.
poor house.
And ever after, Undyne can be found standing outside with Papyrus, which, well, makes her really convenient to find, actually.
Yeah, we don't have to talk to her again to trigger the Alphys date before then, right?
No, the Alfie's date triggers only during the, post-fake-out ending.
Yeah, it's, yeah, I know where the area, I know the area where, Undyne calls you. But I don't remember if you have to talk to Undyne and Papyrus first. But I'm gonna do it anyway just to be safe.
Angel in the chat says if you check the house, it says looks like only fire lives here now.
Yes.
So Grilby moved in.
Oh, that dog, that wolf person who's throwing ice into the river. You can only ever talk to him after the true pacifist boss. He just talks about how he doesn't have to carry ice anymore.
But you have.
Anyway, from this point onward, you can call Papyrus's phone number and get in touch with Undyne.
Yeah.
So this is the point at which Undyne starts to give you input. And when you call them, both with just Papyrus and with Undyne there, the two of them have unique things to say for just about every room in the game. So that's something to check out.
There is a lot of nuances. Undertale's like concept name might as well be nuance.
That's more so why you more have to experience Undertale than to watch somebody play it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But like there are so many phone conversations, and one of the things during the true pacifist ending is that Toriel's learns texting. So during that section, you can actually use Toriel's phone to get more dialogue from her. Even though for the entirety of the game after the ruins, the only thing that you get from Toriel's phone is either nobody picked up if she's still alive, or but nobody came if you killed her. Hi, Alphys.
Yeah, this is Alphys.
Alphys is the smartest character in the game. In the Genocide run, you don't even see her.
Nope.
She hides the entire time.
Taking all the residents with her.
Yeah.
For safety.
The residents from the resort. Presumably she hides them all down during in the true laboratory.
The true lab is a scary place.
Yeah, it really is. It's also one of the places where you can find a Gaster hint if your variables are the right number.
Yeah.
Well, let's see if that's the case in this playthrough. Alright, I've yet to encounter a Gaster hint.
I think it's well, you can't read it, so there's no point in actually finding it in game.
No.
It's an entry file that's written in Wingdings.
Yes.
Because, you know, Wingdings Gaster.
Yep.
Beware the man who speaks in hands and everything. Every theory on Gaster quotes that line at the very beginning. It's getting a bit monotonous, really.
Which is funny because hands aren't the main part of the Wingding font.
Yeah. But they do appear a lot in his Wingdings entry.
Yeah.
The actual translation for the Wingdings entry does say pertinent things, but it's also fragmented. Like Gaster couldn't speak in complete sentences. I guess maybe so that people could understand him easier, he used simpler phrases. Also, I guess Wingdings just take up more space in the dialogue box. That might have something to do with it.
I legitimately answered these first few questions correctly the first time I ever encountered this.
Oh yeah, so did I. I
And
didn't
then-
notice Alphys was giving me the answer.
Yeah, I didn't realize until I got to the impossible shit where Alphys is giving you the correct answer secretly.
Yeah, she's hand signaling the letters at you.
Yeah.
Although, when you ask her who she has a crush on, I'm pretty sure every answer is correct.
Screaming is against the rules.
Like, if you say, I don't know, Metaton makes a crack about how she has a crush on some unknowable theoretical person. The obvious correct answer is Undyne, but you can also say Asgore because she was trying to impress him at one point. And and if you answer that she has a crush on you, well, she's been stalking you the whole game.
This is my favorite joke. Right here. What monster is this? This legitimately cracked me up.
Yeah.
It's Metaton in a Frogget shirt. The look on Alphys' face. Alright, and this is the running gag with Alphys, is that she likes an anime called Mew Mew Kissy Cutie, but she shitposts on not Twitter about how bad the sequel was. One of the jokes in Undertale Red actually references this, but you know what? Go play Undertale Red when you're done watching the stream. It's a good little fan game. It's also only one fight, so it's not very long.
Someone in the chat call. Oh, Brandon calls out piece of goddamn.
She just loves her anime.
No problem with that.
That's like 8 subscriptions to Crunchyroll.
The
I don't know why 8. But...
The sad thing about Alphys, though, is that she tries to hide her sad nerd obsessions by labeling all her anime tapes as history videos from humans. And the monsters don't know any better.
Yeah. They're thinking they're learning about human culture and it's anime.
Yeah, it's anime.
Also, a vague hint at Alphys being a lesbian is that a lot of her anime stuff is fan service women.
Yeah.
Alright, and this upgrade to your phone is actually the most useful thing in the game, because it gives you 2 item boxes, not just 1, but 2, that you can carry in your pocket and access at any time. You do not get this during the Genocide run.
No.
So, yeah. Although in the Genocide run, item boxes do appear in areas where they don't after this in any neutral or pacifist run, like in front of Sans, for instance.
An extremely easy to draw box.
Yeah, that's actually one of the best jokes in the game, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Oh man, you know what's funny? At the frame rate that I'm watching this at, through the Skype thing, the conveyor belts both look like they're going up because of the frame rate.
Yeah. And at this point, Alphys continuously updates her status.
This was when I got annoyed with Alpha.
Yes, I did too.
Ah, man. Well, I liked it. I liked that, but that's because at this point, I had sort of resigned myself, not resigned myself exactly, but gotten used to the idea that I wasn't playing this for gameplay.
No.
Like, gameplay was fun, but the main attraction was the story and how it connects to the gameplay, and I was interested to find out more about Alphys.
Well, getting annoyed was most likely the intention.
Right.
So.
Well, later, she doesn't know that you're reading her statuses. She legitimately forgot that she signed you up for this. And then she's embarrassed later on. But then she goes on a fan rant about you.
The Tsundere plane.
Tsundere plane!
Tsundere. Oh, man.
You get close, but not too close.
And that's actually a hint at how to do the mercy thing. You have to hit enough of these green auras in order for Tsundere plane to spare her.
I think to the right is another room that has a frying pan.
Yeah, it's a good
Yeah.
weapon. Oh, but that's actually a weapon that you should get on a pacifist run because it heals you, I think, every other turn.
Yeah.
It's Spectre.
I think the frying pan belongs to the green soul?
Oh yeah, there's the thing where it's hinted that all of the weapons and armor pieces that you find laying around belongs to the humans that previously died in the underground.
Yeah.
Slightly morbid thing.
I don't like fighting this thing.
Yeah,
Oh, the pyrope?
this is one of the enemies that I don't like fighting. It's well, I mean, it's not too hard, I suppose, but it's one of the ones that's harder to track and dodge because of that blur effect.
You can keep distorting that. Like, you can keep if you keep the battle going on, you can distort it more and more.
Yeah.
Ooh. Does that have any effect on anything apart from looking?
Just making it harder to do because it distorts so much.
Oh man. Well then. Alright, you want to equip the burnt pan, I think. Go to info. Alright. Oh, oh yeah, it makes healing items heal more. That's what it does.
Yeah.
It's the apron that heals you 1 HP every other turn.
Yes. Which I do believe I'm getting soon.
Yeah, because they're all in the same area.
Yeah.
Like each armor piece that matches with the weapon is in the same area.
Did you figure out how to dodge the blue lasers on the conveyor belt?
What, coming up soon?
Yeah. Did you figure that out?
I think I did it by accident, so no.
Well, The trick is to pause the game. It stops Frisk, but not the lasers or the conveyor belt. So you'll freeze in place, and the lasers won't hurt you. And then you unpause the game once you're past the laser. It's a really meta solution to the puzzle.
Yeah.
I can't take too long solving these puzzles, otherwise I look dumb. Now I'm gonna look dumb anyway.
I'm actually really good at these particular kinds of puzzles. Not a single one of them has given me trouble. Although I did watch Becca while she was here struggle with a few of the harder ones. The ones that give you one shot and you have to move all the blocks away. I mean,
Yeah.
those can hold you up. Although I sat there trying to figure one out for 3 seconds. No, for like 10 seconds I was staring at it, and I realized all I had to do from where I was in the puzzle was move the blocks left 1 space, and I was free to go. so I had the solution. I was 1 step away from it, but it took me 10 seconds to figure it out because I think I was tired at the time.
Oh man. Those are the worst when you're right there, but you just like give up right away.
No, I didn't give up. I was just sort of staring at it, not doing anything. Like, wait. The cooking show.
The floor looks like bubble wrap. Cooking with a killer robot.
Unfortunately, it's in the same time slot as Cooking with Scorpion, so I can't watch it. I'm sorry.
The Mettaton sequence is the longest in the game, to the point where they actually put a mid-boss in the middle of it, but it keeps you smiling the whole way through. I like how Frisk just plops them on the counter, eggs with the flour on top, with the milk standing on top. That is the most precarious thing ever.
The chainsaw bit.
This is the point where I started to actually suspect, before it was confirmed, that Mettaton's sequences were scripted by Alphys, because this is just a really strange interjection on Alphys's part.
Yeah, there are a few hints
Yeah.
that let you know that this is not what it seems to be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, it gets really blatant when you get to the core, but if you're paying attention, you can see them here and there. And they get more and more blatant as Mettaton gets more fed up with the whole shtick.
Yeah.
Jetpack.
And honestly, why the hell would you install a jetpack on my phone?
Jetpack cell phone? How?
John, why not have a jetpack installed in your cell phone?
I don't know, man. That just seems too specific.
Well, you know, mobile phones have apps for everything these days.
I don't remember having a fucking jetpack app.
Well, I've got a compass, an alarm, a flashlight, got a bunch of shit on my phone, actually. I keep having to delete it because the internal memory is too small, and Verizon is terrible about letting you root your phone, so I can't use an SD card to install apps. Is it possible to lose this sequence?
I never lost it, so...
I don't think you can lose any of the Mettaton sequences because Alphys will interrupt.
Huh. Wait, like even the bombs if you sit on your ass and don't do anything?
Well, the bomb doesn't work in the first place anyway.
Oh.
Remember,
So-
when you defuse it, Mettaton says, okay, you know what, we're just gonna set the timer to 5 seconds.
Yeah, but like
And then it doesn't go off.
if you let the timer run down without defusing the bombs.
Oh, I don't know.
Huh.
We can try it here.
Someone in the chat says, yeah, it's possible. They say you can lose it, but you just don't die. As someone goes, Mettaton is basically just seasoning you.
Now, the core has an interesting place in Undertale lore because it's so closely connected to W.D. Gaster. Gaster invented it when he was the royal scientist, and he fell into his own creation there. So presumably he's trapped somewhere in the core, and it scattered him across space and time in some way or other.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very strange underlying lore thing.
Let me see. Was it Sands and the hot dogs? No. Okay, I'm back at the beginning. I went backwards.
Yeah, you went the wrong way. The hot dog stand is something that you absolutely have to do.
It's funny how many hot dogs you can actually have.
29.
Yeah.
Or... Oh, talk to this guy. And then talk to him again later on, after the game. He says, I'm Flame Heatsman, remember my name. And then if you talk to him again later on, you get to tell him whether or not you remember. I think... No, it's not after the game, it's when you get to the resort. He's off to the side in front of the resort, and you can talk to him there.
How many hot dogs do I have to buy?
You have to have a full inventory space in order for it to be put on your head.
Yeah, so just keep doing it. You're not going to spend any money. Well, no, it's on you.
Yeah, this, I lost count already. I wasn't even... Well, no, that's a lie. I wasn't even counting in the first place.
You're at 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Well, I think after a while he just stops.
Yeah, he stops at 30.
I think if you, like, do it again, he tells, like, well, you really like hot animals, do you?
Yeah. I'll be frank with you. As much as I like putting hot dogs in your head, 30 is just an excessive number. 29, now that's fine. But 30, does it look like my arms can reach that high? Now, the hot dogs will stay in a perfect straight line as long as you don't go sideways at all. So you can walk up and down with them on your head, and they won't fall
If
out.
only I could reach endgame with all those hot dogs in my head.
Oh, yeah, and there's a bit of an exchange between Alphys, Papyrus, and I think Undyne gets in on the fun if she's still alive at this point. Oh, you can stick something in your dimensional pocket.
Yeah, you have your boxes.
Yeah, go into the cell phone.
Let's see. They're also good. Well, I'll just do it.
You might as well equip the pan, too. Although there is a thing about attacking enemies. You can spare most regular enemies if you beat them to within an inch of death.
Yeah.
So it is a violent way to be a pacifist. Although, there's a bit of a trick with that slightly pissed me off. The game tells you that if their HP is too low, they might not want to fight during the first dungeon. So, while you're trying to figure out how to spare Toriel, you might think that's the answer, but it's not. Because her health instantly goes to 0 if you hit her when she's down to about 1/5 of her health.
Alright, we got 2 new donations. $1 from Commando Potato, saying, enjoying the stream so far and thank you so much for helping out such a great cause. Just a quick question, have you guys seen the alternate universe called Undertale? If you haven't, it's a thing.
There's an alternate universe for everything.
And then we have $1 from Molictory. Hello, SomecallmeJohnny, co-ghost with the most and Solaris Paradox. How are you all? I may have missed most of this playthrough, but I'm glad I can donate some funds and some cool fan art involving you might want to see. Also, here's a calming video you should watch later when you feel sleepy. Found that at random, and it's simply evocative. There's a YouTube link.
Thanks for
There we
the contribution, guys.
Thank
I got tripped up on that puzzle the first time. Just a tad.
Yeah, that one trips me up. It's a little difficult to... Oh, this is called the Bad Opinion Zone.
Yeah.
And this is where Alfie starts raging about Mew Mew Kissy Cutie, too. It's trash 0 stars.
Amazon reviews.
Steam reviews.
Yep.
Steam reviews are 80% people making jokes and recommending things, and the other 20% are actual reviews. Ah, the ambiguously gay duo.
So what character from Shovel Knight are these guys?
Bunny Knight and Dragon Knight. Because they're actually a rabbit and a dragon.
So you have to hover over that green spot enough for the armor to get way too hot. And he sheds it. And this brings out the inner feelings of RG1.
And then you have to whisper to him.
Yes.
How are
Is it
you
a-
doing this in the middle of a fight?
But Johnny, would you say it's a careless whisper?
Nathan, you
I
drive me to drink sometimes.
like you, bro.
What was that, Johnny?
You drive me to drink sometimes, Nathan.
At least I don't drink you to drive.
And that was Sans tear.
Exactly. That's why in all the fan art I'm Sans.
Just missing the rim shot.
Hold on. Will this suffice?
Good enough.
I mean, I know TJ's not here, but
No. But TJ Tui is coming up soon, isn't it?
yes, it is.
What day is that?
TJ Tui is. Where is it?
Uh-oh.
TJ Tui will be this Friday at 6 p.m.
There you go.
And it's funny because it says host is TJ, co-host is everyone.
I can see the headline now. A dog exists somewhere.
Oh, we've got fan art of Lewis as Undyne.
Huh. I want to
Like it
see
was meant
that.
to be.
They tagged you in it on Twitter.
Oh, okay. Let me actually find my Twitter then.
There's a bunch of there's one of me as Sans too. I'm still waiting.
Ah,
I think
there it is.
were they? Yep, they're the ones that drew Johnny as Metaton.
I was looking forward to checking my Twitter account whenever I finish a run for the charity event.
Even the words are bombs.
Has any of you ever tried to defuse the glass of water while it was moving? I've done it once. Oh, I could have grabbed it there, goddammit.
Someone in the chat called you Meta John.
Yes.
Now, my favorite part of this is the strangely agile glass of water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, the extremely agile glass of water.
The grass of water.
Yeah, glass of water.
I like how both the annoying dog and a copy of Undertale show up in this room, though.
Yeah.
Undertale, the video game.
And Metaton comments on his own part in the game. You could say it was a meta joke.
If you do all the other bombs with glass of water, it's still extremely agile, but it's much easier to catch.
Yeah.
But it is possible to grab it before any other bomb. You
Yeah.
just gotta mash X a lot.
Mash X and stand in its flight path and
Yeah.
hope and pray.
It's kind of like the Storm Dragon in Final Fantasy VI. Speaking of Final Fantasy VI,
Oh right, that's right after this. Isn't that after Muffet though?
well, we're gonna find out right now.
Man, I'm so used to seeing the character portraits and dialogue colored now that seeing them in black and white is strange. Like Alphys especially, because she's yellow-orange-ish. I noticed you've been kind of quiet. Oh, yeah, I'm a silent protagonist.
Kind
What do
of
you
comes with the
expect?
territory, to be honest. Give me a business card.
No one actually comments on you seeming quiet and emotionless unless you're on a genocide run, at which point you basically turn into the Terminator.
Oh hey,
Hi,
Muffet.
Muffet.
I like
Now,
this. I like this Zelda 1 joke. It looks like some sort of powerful bracelet. No, it's just a croissant.
It does look like the power bracelet, yeah. There is actually a thing. If by some strange miracle you manage to buy one of these things, Muffet won't fight you.
No.
No.
But that's also why I bought the spider donut
Yeah.
way earlier in the game.
Yeah, but she doesn't even start the fight. Like, you get the sequence where the spiders are saying creepy things, then she appears and says, well, that can't be right, because you donated so much money to us.
Yeah.
And then she just goes away. Muffet is a really fun boss fight to pacifist run without the donut. But even if you don't have the donut in your inventory to use, eventually they do get the telegram.
Yeah.
So buying it is still a thing.
Yeah.
Spare soon airplane.
Yeah.
There are some enemy combinations that just have really obnoxious patterns.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, totally.
I like how this volcano enemy thinks, if you actually check the enemy, it says that it thinks it's lava heat. What? Oh, right. This is one of the ones where you have to move them all out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, there we go. Okay. Those ones can hold you up for a bit. Then those random robot things appear and start spouting their favorite Metaton moments. But I have reason to suspect they might be shills. And yeah, this is where you have to pause the game. You see?
Yep.
That's
Yeah, that is.
so trippy.
Also, on the way back on the other side, check the cactus.
If I can reach it, yeah. Well, on the way back, yeah. Because sometimes I forget that it's there.
Sure, let's watch anime together. I mean, you're being so helpful, right?
Yeah. You're gonna
It's
share your
not like
Crunchyroll password, right?
It's not like you're having me on, right?
Yeah.
It's not like you're behind this entire thing, right?
Right?
This seems at a glance like an easy one, but it's surprisingly difficult.
It's annoyingly difficult.
No, you had it! You were so close. Okay, left twice. Left twice, right. There you go. That was the one I was staring at for like 10 seconds.
No, but it's a bronze star.
You stop to smell the flowers.
Isn't that also where the So Sorry room is at?
The what room? Oh, the...
The artist,
Yeah,
the one that paid to get his character avatar in there. I went the wrong way.
Yeah, I...
Yeah. There were three fan-made characters during the Kickstarter campaign that got included in the game, and apparently Toby Fox liked Muffet so much that he decided to make her a main game boss.
Yeah, because I know it's Muffet, So Sorry, and I think it's Glide.
Glad I think it was another one, yeah.
And here we go. Here's Muffet. Muffet is one of the, I would say, the most fun bosses to play normally, because it's legitimately a challenging attack pattern to dodge, but Muffet is not hard to kill at all. It's the pacifist run without the spider donut that will give you a hard time. Or,
Yeah.
We're not gonna really hear it there because I'm pressed for time. But go listen to the Muppets theme.
Yeah.
The spider dance.
One of the things I want to say about fighting this boss normally, you can bribe Muffet to lower her attack for a turn. Do this when a picture of a cupcake appears, because that's when you're most likely to get hit. Every time you bribe her, the price goes up, so only use it on those specific turns.
That was fun. We didn't do anything.
I ate a donut.
Somebody made a comic during Derek's run of Undertale for Muffet because Derek stopped to make the instant noodles. So while Frisk is trapped in the spider webs and doing that, it's just like Muffet really stopped to let you do the noodles.
Yep. Instant noodles, by the way, I think are always full health in certain situations.
Yes.
Like during Sans' fight, for instance, you'll always get a full cure from the instant noodles.
I like how this is not only an homage to Final Fantasy VI's opera scene, but the sound font is exactly the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. I like the lyrics though.
Which actually matched to the tune, unlike the original English translation of Final Fantasy.
Yeah. They fixed that in the GBA port, but
Yeah.
the SNES version had slightly off-key lyrics.
Someone says Celeste really let herself go.
Man, she's so square.
Yeah. But you know how some people think they're so ugly they put a paper bag over their head? The Celeste just found a steel box.
She's playing Metal Gear Solid, but then
Yeah.
she realized halfway through.
Oh shit, I got an opera scene to go
Opera
to.
scene to then you'll die a lot.
We have a new donation from Crossfactor Comms who donates $1 saying, "Hey Johnny, Nathan, and Lewis, I just wanted to show some support. Charities are always a good thing. And watching my favorite commentators, you guys over at Brain Scratch Comms and Nathan have inspired our friends to create our own comms channel. Keep up the fantastic work and keep rocking."
Someone got the pun. I'm so happy. When I said she's so square.
Thanks again for the donation, man. Good luck with your commentary channel. Now, it is possible to win this.
Is it?
Yeah.
I've never gotten more than a third.
If you paid attention to what Papyrus was saying way earlier in the game, the titles do work on those rules.
Yes.
And you can get to the end. It's possible. Very unlikely, but possible.
Isn't it random though?
Yes.
Oh fuck. So it's random whether you can even make it.
Yeah.
It's like I always find myself incapable of actually getting to, like, I always get stonewalled at some point.
But essentially here.
Yeah, where the piranhas get you. I think it's like one of the tiles smells like lemons.
Oh wait, I just noticed that little detail.
What?
So you step on the blue tile, and piranhas push you back. For
Yeah.
an instant, it was the annoying dog instead.
I just saw it.
Oh man.
Like this is a really obvious hint. It's like any minute now, and then he just coughs.
Robotic cough. Yeah, this is where it becomes really, really obvious that Alphys is playing you. I always say Alphys, but it's actually Alphys. Now, one of the peculiarities of the music mod that I actually undid myself because I know what files to replace, when Undyne spots you and starts throwing spears at you, they inserted the Metal Gear Alert noise. And then when Metaton appears and he transforms, they replaced the "Oh my" sound effect with some audio clip from a movie that said something about a spotlight that I don't know about.
It's one of the only times in the game where there's actual voice acting.
Yeah, which I'm sure was a funny replacement for some players, but I wound up replacing those with their original sound clips because they kind of took me out of the game.
It is.
I like that. No, you're stronger than I thought, etc.
And then he just, as he rolls away, you can just barely, like, for one frame, see the word whatever.
Yeah.
Wow, it's nice to know that you feel better about yourself, Alphys. Ugh. Alphys' plot arc is interesting when you think about it, because it's basically a person struggling with the idea that they find it easier to lie to someone than to be seen badly.
Yeah. It's 90 degrees and the AC is
Talk
broken.
to the fire guy. Talk to the fire guy.
What is a death track?
How could I be so easily defeated? And he keeps that face for the rest of the game. Like every time you go back there, he will still have that face. Go up the creepy alley to the right for some great deals. This is a good place to go if you're on a neutral or a genocide run, because the empty gun is a great weapon. The catch is you have to be pretty accurate with how you use it to get the maximum damage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alright, so actually, for what's coming up ahead, I want glam burgers.
Yeah, glam burgers increase your ratings during the Metaton boss fight, so having a whole lot of them in your inventory is helpful. Although, you don't necessarily need them. They just
They just speed it up. Yeah.
Also, essay time, John. Right legs. Just right legs.
Right legs?
Yeah.
Okay.
You get extra rating points if you have anything mentioned with legs.
Okay.
I love Death by Glamour. The soundtrack to Undertale is just amazing.
This is also like one of the first times where you get an idea of what Sans is originally supposed to do.
Yeah.
Because he goes out of character here for an instance.
Well, what we know as his character.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think it's pretty obvious because his character is that he's lazy.
Yeah.
That is his character, and then there's just one instance here where he goes out of it, and it really catches you off guard because he no longer speaks in a sans font, and
his
eyes
go
people
blank.
disappear. Yeah.
Doesn't he actually switch from Comic Sans to Sans Serif? I think that's what he does.
Well, it's right here.
Not yet.
Well, it's coming up.
This is what we're talking about the promise.
And also, Lewis, Comic Sans is a sans serif.
Oh.
It's right here.
But
Promise I
he
made
does
her-
stop using the Comic Sans font.
Yeah, for this one instance. Yeah.
Yeah, he uses a monospace system
Yeah.
font.
Yeah, which is what he does when you first talk to him. Actually, when he first talks to you, I mean, when he comes up behind you. It's what he does when he wants to be creepy, which Sans is surprisingly good at. The thing about Sans is you don't actually get a full view of his character unless you do the genocide run, which is kind of what makes the boringness of the genocide run so goddamn annoying. This guy down here just sort of randomly walked in, but he didn't want anyone to know that he made a mistake, so he's licking dew off the plants. Like he meant to do that. I'm totally here on purpose.
This thing right here.
That thing has a Matul hat.
Also, if you pay attention here, there's an implication that Sans actually performs as a stand-up comedian at this club. So that means he's got 3 jobs. Jesus Christ! But that means he's actually good at telling good jokes.
Oh hey, 3 jobs, triple the break time.
I love how Snowdrake's father talks with a Bostonian accent.
I like this trio, if only for one thing. So the elevator's busted, and this slime right here. I don't know why it makes me laugh. As a slime,
I'm outraged. And then at the end of the game, he says, "As a slime, I'm overjoyed."
Yeah.
But you know, the idea that Sans also plays as a stand-up comedian at the resort is an interesting point, because it means he's actually got a really good sense of humor, and his use of bad puns is totally intentional.
Let me see. Do you know? I'll wait because we can backtrack here easily. After we activate the buttons.
Seems busy.
I didn't know about this. What's the hush puppy? Oh.
What?
Yeah.
This wonderful spell will stop a dog from casting magic. That's a silence joke. Oh man. Oh, if you happen, oh yeah, you can go out and get the items that these people ask for, wherever they happen to be.
I don't remember what CT does though.
I don't know where you get CT. I know that you get cinnamon buns from Snowden.
You get CT from the turtle in Waterfall.
Okay, yeah. So you get those items and you give them to them.
I'll get the glam burgers later.
Bacon flavored shotgun says, fun fact: Hush Puppies are actually a shoe brand. They are actually also, yeah, they're food.
Yeah.
Hush Puppies are about 5 different things because it's actually like a pretty common phrase to be used for stuff from like back before I was born. Probably, it sounds like a dumb 80s thing to me, but it might be before that.
Go, well, no, she doesn't go right, but the path is blocked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, powerful pineapples, you say you caught a Genocide Sans reference in Rayman Legends? That's interesting because I hadn't played the game back then, so it was probably completely by accident. I didn't play Undertale until after too many games. So a couple weeks ago. And Rayman Legends was way back in MomoCon a month ago. A month and a half ago, even.
Fellow wizard.
Now there are 2 ways to get through the core. Once you get to the point where you get stopped by a locked door, you can either solve a puzzle or you can fight enemies down a hallway and flick a switch. Or you can do both if you want, but there's no point in doing both.
I just learned about that now. I always did both.
Yeah, well, you can only need to do one. But there are 2 items in that area, too. One of them is a glam burger, so pick it up. The other is some gold. They're at the very back of the area, and the trash can's off to the left and right corners.
So yeah, if you use a stick against the magician, it doesn't spare, so...
Nice.
You know, you didn't have to go up. Now you get to fight night. Good night. Now, I'd say you're a pretty bad knight, dude. I mean, you're about to get schooled by a little kid.
I sing. Ow.
Ow.
Whoa.
Oh, first death.
Wow.
I didn't notice because you skipped through the dialogue pretty quickly, but did Sans give you the dialogue for if you died? Or did he acknowledge that you hadn't died yet?
He announced that I haven't died yet.
Well, he always says you haven't died once, but if you have died, he comments that you're giving him a weird look.
Yeah.
Angel says, stay determined, John.
Determination is my second middle name.
Well, the guy in the chat that said he hadn't died yet, I asked because I'm not sure if Sans counts deaths from previous playthroughs in that conversation.
Okay, we're going right this time.
You're just gonna skip by night?
Yeah.
On the subject of that, though, the creepiest thing that happens in Undertale Red is if you play a genocide run at the end, as she's dying, Red comments that eventually someone will kill you and that not even you're above death. Then she asks why you're laughing.
This is pretty simple puzzle. Well, it's not really a puzzle.
Just a slightly...
It's a timed sequence.
yeah. You just gotta be a little careful. It's not hard.
Yeah.
This is just the point where Alphys is somewhat wigging out.
Alright, the glam burger was directly north, or was it to the left? I'm gonna go left first, I'm pretty sure it's,
Yeah, the glam burger. Yeah, the glam burger's on this side. Yeah, it's up to the top though. This is the puzzle. The thing about Alphys is that she's confused as to why she can't find you a way through, but it's not unexplained in the game. Like if you talk to NPCs, no, you walk past the Glamburger.
Did I?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, right.
And you also that pathway would have led to the enemies that you had to fight.
Which I don't now that I did the puzzle.
Yeah.
Oh, hamburger inside the trash.
Yeah. Do me a favor when you get to the exit pathway. I'll also go up here. There's money. When you get to the exit pathway, I want you to check a sign there because I'm curious to see if it says something different. The Cheerios of Doom from Metroid.
It's so weird, like how astigmatism transforms.
Yeah.
It closes its eye.
One of the
Yeah, but its eye becomes a mouth.
This is fine. Hey, Wizrobe and Power Warriors is the same thing.
I think.
Is
Yeah,
the
it's
exit
just. Go back for a second. Check that sign.
Oh, this one.
Yeah, that one. I cannot fight. I cannot think. Okay, it says the same thing. All right. Yeah.
Did that change?
I don't know. I wanted to see if it did, depending on whether you did one or both, but nah.
So these are Final Froggets, and forgot the other guy's name.
Whimsalots.
Whimsalots. If you're playing hard mode, these are your encounters in the ruins.
Yeah. Ugh, jeez, these two together as one enemy are one of the most annoying things.
And that's why you
Like-
find them in hard mode.
Like either one of them on its own is easy enough to avoid, but both of them at the same time have a really annoying attack pattern. All right, here we are.
Now the elevator begins to suddenly work.
Yep.
So now we can go back to the south, because I don't want to get some Glamburgers. I don't want to speed the fight up a bit. I'm gonna take everything here. Actually, box.
I like this particular shopkeeper when you talk to him. He's like the only shopkeeper that's still there in a genocide run. He just calls you little weirdo in that run, but he's like the world's most cynical fast food worker.
Yep. You don't want a steak in the shape of Metaton's face, though,
No,
John?
I'm cool. Yeah, that should be fine. Guy smokes weed.
He won't talk to you until you buy at least one item, though. So, I mean, if you're on a pacifist run, you're going to buy a Glamburger. But he'll just say it's against the rules to talk to people who haven't bought anything. Otherwise.
Seems like you can skip Metaton's monologue by turning him around.
Yeah, this happens every time that you encounter a Metaton in a subsequent playthrough or a reload.
Yeah.
Go ahead. We're streaming this, so you might as well. Oh, okay.
I wasn't sure which one you were going.
No, I meant here. I meant here again. But,
Oh, okay.
Oh,
but
we got
never
a
mind.
$15
Yeah.
donation from Ubel Soul or Ubi Soul. I don't know if it's a lowercase L and or uppercase I. This just in: local coffee enthusiast Some Call Me John, along with faithful companions, are figuratively crossing the underground and spoiling all major Easter eggs. Please be aware of the tearful followers. This is Ron Burgundy, staying determined.
Anyway, the gimmick of this fight is the ratings. They go down while you're in the menus, and they go up gradually while you're boasting during Metaton's turn. If you get hit while boasting, they will go down from disappointment, but they'll still continue to go up throughout the rest of the turn. So the fastest way to raise the ratings is to boast every turn, and to use Glamburgers whenever you need to heal.
I hope this is where you type in legs.
Oh, enter? Yeah.
Yeah, and it,
350, yeah, that's the highest score I've seen so far. He actually does have different dialogue for different attributes. If you say like hair, or one or two of the other things. I think maybe heart might have something, but I'm not sure. There's probably a compilation video on YouTube. There's a compilation video for everything on YouTube.
Also, if you begin posing while you're in critical health, you get more points.
Oh yeah.
Well, I love this song so much.
Yeah, it's a great song.
Another thing hinting at Mettaton's past as a ghost is that during the pacifist run, as you're about to spare him, he almost, but not quite, says the name Blukey to one of the callers, because the caller is pretty obviously not Bluk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that one gets pretty fast, but the ratings go up for violence if you get hit, so there's a benefit.
I'll keep posing until I get hit one more time, then I'll use a Glamburger.
Someone in the chat says, them legs, though. Plus 15. Violence!
When you're doing a pacifist run, pretty much every healing item is a full heal because your HP is so low.
Yeah.
If you happen to boast before the happy break time thing, the ratings will still go up during the break time turn. So it's basically a free ratings boost that turn.
There's actually an animation on YouTube that's a animated version of this fight that is really well done.
Oh, that sounds cool.
It's,
Undertale has inspired a lot of interesting fan stuff.
yeah, if you just look up the Death by Glamour animation, it'll be like the first thing you find, and it's such a cool thing to see.
Oh, this part sucks. Okay.
Oh, the rewind?
Yeah, the rewind sucks if you don't prepare for it.
Yeah, that's gonna hit you your first time through. Now, basically, to spare Mettaton, you have to get the ratings up to 10,000.
Yeah, which we're good.
Yeah, it's already up to 8,500. As long as you don't faff about on the menus too long, it's not really all that hard. But the ratings do gradually decrease while you're on your menu, so you can't stall for time. Or pause, for that matter, so you're gonna have to do this boss in one sitting. That was an obnoxious bomb placement. I've never
No,
seen
I just got discombobulated there. That was my fault.
No, there were like 3 bombs in a row that were on the same side. That never happens. Huh. Oh, jeez.
We have a $1 donation from Common, the SMBZ Fan 1. Hey guys, I have hopes and dreams that this donation will fill you with determination. In the meantime, I'll do the Bone Frossel with the Spear of Justice to do the, I can't pronounce the beginning of Asgore's theme in German. And then I'll have Death by Glamour. This is Runner's Choice, by the way. Enjoy, Johnny. You got $1.
No, but that's just a True Evil Pathway in Shadow.
True Evil Pathway. Pure Dark Evil. $1. And the most weird password we could ever use for this thing. Alrighty.
Man, Nopsta Blue, can you speak? Can you open your mouth without being totally depressing?
Yeah, you see, he stops himself. Makes me wonder who else is everyone else is calling. Because the other one was quite obviously Nopsta Blue.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the Monster World has only one television channel.
Yes.
With one show. So, well, not one show, but all shows run by the same guy. Now, an interesting disparity between the genocide run and the pacifist run, and another thing that Alfie's just plain lies about. in pacifist and neutral, Alphys will say that she added functions to Mettaton that were anti-human attack measures, but in the genocide run, you find out that Mettaton was originally made as an anti-human robot.
Right.
And even then, it still doesn't work given the genocide route because it's not in one hit.
Yeah, Mettaton Neo is a big fat joke. And this is the point where Alphys, like, you probably attacked Mettaton during a neutral run if you went in blind and killed Mettaton. And you were just thinking, well, it's just a robot, right? So I can't exactly kill it, so I shouldn't feel bad about it this time. But then Alphys has a really sad reaction to Mettaton dying.
Which is awfully weird because it's a ghost.
Yeah, but it's a ghost that's bonded to the robot, and by the rules of the game, if a ghost is totally bonded to their physical body, they die with that body.
Which is weird because how does the ghost come to be anyway?
Nah, there's theory videos about that.
Okay, Naps of Lucas Ness. I get it.
Because Napstablook is so many letters removed from being Nest.
Napstablook can't be Ness. It has to be Duster.
Fucking ninja ghost.
Now, I get the feeling that the reason Mettaton Neo was such a joke boss in the Genocide run was because he's practically right before Sans. So, having two super bosses right in a row would be a bit much.
Oh god, we're getting Napstablook as Bob Ross, Napstablook as Lucas.
Oh, still got a Glamburger to spare.
Are you determined?
No, I'm just happy. We should be getting a phone call from Undyne right here. Yep.
Oh, that happens during a regular run? Oh, wait. Will this only happen now because you've already beaten?
This only happens after you do a neutral route.
Yeah, okay. Huh. Any neutral route, though? It doesn't have to be the...
It has to be neutral. Yeah.
Okay. Well, you know, it could be a pacifist but not true pacifist run, because that counts as a neutral ending.
The neutral route that I did before this playthrough for the stream was neutral, but I spared everybody. It's just that you won't get the prompt. You won't get the phone call from Undyne.
Yeah.
It just doesn't happen. Which is a little odd, honestly, but...
Yeah, it's like, you know, the way you're supposed to do it, like, if you're the kind of player who started with a pacifist run, is you play pacifist, you fight Asgore, and then after you spare him and Flowey will tell you to reload your save before the final boss, and go back.
Yes.
And go befriend Alphys.
And yeah, when you do that, you can do the Alphys quest.
Yeah.
You're transforming your neutral playthrough into a true pacifist playthrough.
Yeah, so it's kind of a fake-out ending followed by a true ending.
Yeah.
Alrighty, guys, we got a $9 donation from Sylph. Hey guys, I had to donate during one of my two favorite games of all time. I'm writing a script for a video on my channel about this game, and I'm enjoying the run so far. Also, I was the kid who showed John the Clement Place street sign at Too Many Games. Put this towards John's choice of which version of Symphony of the Night he wants to play. Keep up the great work.
Put it towards Saturn.
Saturn?
Yeah. Give
On
the
the
Saturn
subject-
bidwar some love.
On the subject of Flowey's, Flowey giving you hints on how to do a pacifist ending, though, if you get to the end of a neutral run and spare Flowey for some crazy reason, he actually will tell you to go back and play through the game without killing anything.
Yes.
And he will offer not to kill the king if you do that. But if you do that and you fight Asgore, Asgore will kill himself.
Yeah.
And then he kills himself, telling you to take his soul, but then Flowey destroys the soul and taunts you. Go into your
If you
inventory.
read the letter, I'll kill you.
Go into your inventory and use it. Oh my god, I'm gonna freaking kill you. And I think she says that no matter where you are.
Yeah. Although, hold on, we can also drop it. Oh, we have to be out of the screen. Let me see. Then you can come back to her.
Despite what seems like common sense, you threw away the letter.
But she gives you another letter anyway. This is Undyne's letter EX, which you can't get rid of.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Alright. Now for the Alfie's date.
Undertale is kind of like a Sonic game in the sense that I get the feeling that I'm going to be finding little secrets and stuff for years.
Dancing on a boat is danger, but good exercise. Wait, dancing on a boat is danger?
Yep. Just like in the beginning of our Earthbound stream, their family is dicks.
Yeah. I guess.
The ferryman has some interesting dialogue. Not just the Gaster stuff.
Just interesting
just
stuff in general.
In general, yeah. I like how the other option is no, like really dramatic exclamation points. Of course, Undyne didn't sign her stupid letter, which was a bad idea considering she was having someone else deliver it.
Yep. Dating start.
Dating start. Art?
I'm still getting dressed. Now, if you actually go into Alphys' room and check her clothing cabinet, she does have nothing but lab coats and this one dress.
Yes.
Dating stop. Now, probably the most heavy-handed gift toward Alphys / Undyne. All these items have to do with fish women. Waterproof cream for your scales.
Metal, was it cream
armor
for shiny
polish.
armor
Armor
polish.
polish and a magic spear repair kit.
Yeah.
Dating start. Then they just stand there awkwardly.
That's the kind of expression I make when something that I think I like is starting to go down the toilet.
That's the expression I make when I show somebody a video I used to think was funny, and then the longer you watch it, you realize it's not funny,
Funny
and
at
they're
all.
just staring at you.
Yeah. Kind of had that moment when I showed Becca the first of Spoonie's old Final Fantasy VIII videos. He came a long way since then.
I love the outline of the annoying dog in the background next to the TV.
Yeah. Actually, in the color mod, not just Alphys and Undyne are colored in, but like the garbage piles are colored in too. So this entire scene is a lot more colorful.
I love how Undyne's eye patch in this is actually white. Like, it's not black like it normally is.
Oh, she accessorizes.
She changed her eye patch for the date.
It's probably like a certain color. But
What did the color mod make it?
I don't know. I haven't actually seen this scene in game. I think it was one of the screenshots on the mod page, but I don't think Undyne was on the screenshot. Tell her the
Truth!
Ah. You stole it from me. You stole it. The roleplay sequence is probably the funniest way to end this, though. I like it how it's let's roleplay it, and obviously let's roleplay.
$5 from the Smellbringer. All we need are Ryan and Ted, and this will be the Brain Scratch playthrough of Undertale. So here's $5, and hopefully we can get Francis as a guest.
You're doing this the calm, collected way.
Yes.
It's
We've already put our fiery passion into burning the house down, so I got nothing left.
Well, she goes on a ranting screaming fit either way, but it gets kind of creepy if you go the other way.
Undyne in this sequence has a lot of blink or miss it expressions.
Yeah.
Like, she had a sad face for a second, and then when she hesitated, she secretly had a smile. Like she was happy that she didn't really mean that they were dating.
Yeah.
This is dialogue that plays out at an automatic speed, by the way. Alphys has a couple instances of that. Like, you probably wouldn't notice it with the way John's been skipping through dialogue, but when she goes and rants about the plot spoilers of Mew Mew Kissy Cutie 1 in the Hotlands, she rushes through it automatically.
Yeah.
So, like, it's physically possible to talk at the same speed he's talking, but you really have to be paying attention.
I love how Undyne just picks up Alphys and throws her.
Where'd the basketball hoop come from?
Papyrus. He is a cool dude and has basketball shoulders.
Nice improv, Undyne. Especially since as soon as Alphys is away, she turns to you and asks if anime really is fake.
Someone in the chat said, please tell her. See, I told you there's Papyrus!
He's got a different outfit, actually, for this.
Says
He's
Job
got
Boy.
he's got like a headband, a jogging shirt, and he's got hearts on his shoulders.
Yeah.
Given that in Undertale the heart represents your soul, are those actually like two? Does Papyrus have two souls?
Oh god, now we're getting into actual theory crafting here.
Papyrus mess.
And,
Fucking do it!
and in that sense, what does the color black represent?
I knew it. Gigantic swords, magical princesses, here I come. Ignorance is bliss, I guess.
It's real to me, damn it.
And yeah, the game actually does transport you to the garbage dump.
But now we're heading into the area you can only get in True Pacifists.
Yeah.
And it's also quite, honestly, the most difficult part of the game. In Pacifist, anyway.
Well, on a blind playthrough it is. You actually do have to explore a bit, and you do need to fight all of the enemies in that area.
Yeah.
A fight, in quotes.
No, yeah. I don't think it's possible to damage them. So even if you were to fight them...
If I bought the mystery key, I could have shut off Minotaur's house, but... It's this one right here.
Yeah, but it's just some diary entries. There's nothing really inside it.
Oh, the snow races. I didn't do the snow race. Yeah, I'll do the snow race once.
There are diary entries saying how Habsburg wants to have a physical body. And how Habsburg met Alphys.
Yeah. Now, it says encourage your snail to make it go faster. But if you encourage it, it slows down. And if you encourage it too much, it ignites and sets on fire.
It is actually possible to win this.
Yes, it is.
By not doing anything.
No, you have to encourage at the right times. Because if you don't encourage it at all, it'll lose and say you didn't encourage it enough.
But if you encourage it too much, it explodes.
It catches on fire.
Oh, yeah. I actually thought that was a joke and that you couldn't possibly win.
I love the snail in the tuxedo.
Long overdue for a second house. It has a fucking tux on.
The second house being a shell.
Yeah.
You can always tell when you're going to get the dog animation because you can see the dog's face sticking out on the front of the boat.
Yeah.
Don't snoop behind people's houses.
You might be mistaken.
mistaken for a trash can.
That's actually a clue to find Gaster's office. The entire WD Gaster sequence is basically a big old play on where deleted content in games goes. So,
But after a patch, it started. He've added it back in, but it's random.
technically,
Yeah, it's technically.
yeah, in a very technical sense, but you're still gonna find it more likely if you hack your file.
You don't want the dog residue, John?
No, cool.
All right.
Okay, we're on our way to the True Lab.
This part freaked me the fuck out the first
Once
time.
you're in this place, by the way, you can't get out of the True Pacifist run.
Yeah. This is the point of no return. As soon as you
Hit the button.
yeah. Does that mean you skip Sans though, or do you still get to meet Sans on the way?
We gotta go through New Home later.
Yeah, and then isn't the Hall of Judgment right after?
But
New
the Hall
Home?
of Judgment sequence only happens in neutral.
Hmm.
This is where you can get the.
Now, the thing about the Hall of Judgment sequence, if you're on a pacifist route, not necessarily true pacifist, if you haven't killed anything, you can talk to Sans. The first time, he'll give you his spiel about how good you are. You quit without saving, reload your save, and talk to him again, and you keep doing that, and eventually he'll give you a code word. You do it one more time, and your character will tell him the code word before he does his spiel, and he'll give you the key to his room.
Yeah. And isn't it in his room you can find the key to the shed?
Yeah, the key to Gaster's office, which is behind Sans' house.
Yeah.
And Gaster's office is just this room with some stuff in it that doesn't answer any questions. It just makes you ask more questions.
So
But
apparently, the determination can be something that you can inject inside a body.
Yeah, apparently. This entire sequence just kind of reminds me of Persona, really. Where, like, you got psychological concepts that take form and have power.
Yeah.
And you have freaky shadow-like things.
The amalgamates.
Yeah.
Let me see.
I think... Yeah. That's what you need to do.
These are the toughest encounters in Pacifist.
Yeah, their attack patterns are bizarre.
Let's see. Was it? No, I don't think I joined. Oh,
No,
No, I gotta refuse.
Yeah, refuse.
Lorem Ipsum.
What?
The Lorem Ipsum is like a standard filler text
Oh.
file.
Huh. Did not know. Now, one of the beds you can lay down on in this room up here, not here, but when you get to the room that's full of beds, there's one bed that you can lay down on and something creepy will happen.
Yeah. I can show that up. Let's see. How did I get to this one? Yeah, there we go.
Well, yeah, it's powered by the red key now.
And one of the keys is in another bed, so.
so creepy.
Um,
Bad touch.
Yeah, it does kind of like a penis. Nah, it's just a hand.
And it pats you on the head.
Oh.
it's the one with the crooked sheets. Yeah, that's where the key is. I think you actually do need to go that way first. Well, unless you want to waste time anyway.
There is one entry number that is missing in this.
17.
17. That's the one written in Wingdings.
Yeah.
Yep. People are saying that was sweet of a spooky ghost. I love how the notification box just attacks you. Oh, this thing.
This, I think you have to do all of this.
Yeah, but I think you need to do it in a specific order, maybe? Oh, jeez.
And that thing, the thing in the action box actually has a name, but I can't remember what its name is.
I think they're all called,
Well, no, all the enemies you encounter are called amalgamates.
Yeah.
But in this specific fight, inside of the battle box, there's that little character that walks right now. That has its own name.
Oh, okay, I know what you mean.
How bizarre.
That's right, his name is Everyman.
Huh. This is a pain in the ass, by the way.
Yeah.
That's not to say that the game is, well, for the most part, it's never unfair. Unless you're fighting Sans, in which case it's deliberately unfair. But, like, the game adheres to standard bullet hell logic, even down to the hitbox on your heart being a little smaller than the actual heart.
Yeah.
So...
We have $1 from Molictory. Hey, question for Lewis. I hear you talk a lot about Persona 3 and 4, but I never hear you mention the first two. What's your opinion on those 3 titles? And if you like them, who's your favorite character in the early titles and why?
I never talk about them because I don't play them, but that's not to say I don't know anything about them. But my favorite character in those games is Yukino. Which is kind of annoying because that means my favorite character isn't available to play as throughout most of those games because she leaves your party in the main campaign for Persona 1 and she's only temporarily available in the first of the 2 Persona 2 games, so But I don't really like the gameplay in those games as much. I'm not a big fan of the first person hallway thing that Persona 1 does, and the dungeon layouts in Persona 2 seriously piss me the hell off. So, yeah.
John, you know this amalgamate has the same spare pattern as Greater Dog?
Yeah, it's the dog. That's why I beckoned it first.
It's so terrifying, and the negative space in its legs makes cats.
Yeah.
Someone in the chat said use the hush puppy.
Oh
Yeah, because it silences dogs.
Oh, that's right. And it is technically a dog, yeah. Oh, did I forget to...
You don't have the hush puppy
Damn,
on you.
I forgot to put it on my inventory. Sorry, guys.
It brings it back to you proudly, question mark?
It doesn't have a face. It's just a hole.
Not yet.
Someone in the chat screams, Demon Spider Dog!
The music is kind of like a distorted dog barking.
Yeah.
Stage 1 happiness froth.
And it is convulsing. Yeah. Yeah, there we go.
Someone in the chat said that the negative spaces are more dog shadows, but they look so much.
They
more
look like cats.
They
They
look
have
like cats.
they have cat faces when they appear there. So
Angel says that this song is the dog song, just all weird.
Yeah.
The shower tentacle.
and they make you think you're gonna have to fight another amalgamate there, but nope, you just get the key.
We're all good. This thing right here kind of reminded me of the alien from Echo the Dolphin.
Oh yeah.
Now there are tapes here that give you some backstory on Asgore, and Toriel and Azrael, and I actually probably should mention that Azrael's name. Well, there's a running joke in this game that Asgore is bad at naming things.
Yeah.
He named his kid Azrael, which is a combination of his name and his wife's name. It's
Yep.
the first syllable of one and the second syllable of the other.
Well, okay. To be honest, Lewis, Azrael sounds way better than Torgor.
This is also the first time you get the hint that your character name is not necessarily the name of the kid that you're controlling.
Yeah. Well, it's the first time you get the hint in a pacifist run. If you do a genocide run, it's basically spelled out for you right away.
Right.
It's by Flowey.
Yeah, I just love how Asgore names his son the ship name of him and his wife.
But the thing about this sequence though is it's where you start to realize the little kid who you got such an idealized backstory for on your first visit to New Home was actually a really bitter schemer.
Yeah, he's not as wholesome as you may think he is.
Smells like sweet lemons.
This is a combination of several enemies, so you kind of have to use commands that you would use for them. This is an attack sequence that you never see anywhere else, by the way.
Nope.
Those teeth.
Oh, that's a really bad pattern. You
Oh.
don't have enough time for about that.
You have to zigzag diagonally to make it. It's kind of precise, really.
Yeah, you're getting really bad RNG with this.
Oh,
jeez.
wow, I never got the stack before. Whoa, okay.
Oh.
I never got that attack before. I had no idea what I was doing there.
Well, they were orange and blue, so the orange circles you had to move to avoid, and the blue circles would pass through you if you were staying still.
They were flashing colors.
Yeah.
Okay, well, luckily we don't have to do much.
Well, it might have just been the frame rate of the Did you save before you went down this hallway?
I went down the other way.
Someone using hashtag fund the charity room made an amalgamation. It's Ludicolo, Metagross, and Metaton. And I don't even know.
Okay.
I don't even know.
Oh yeah, in the chat, someone saying someone brings up Toby saying Frisk's gender is up to anyone's interpretation. Yeah, actually that is true. Even within the game, whenever someone uses a pronoun to refer to Frisk or to Kara for that matter, they use the singular they, which is what I do on the internet when I'm talking to a stranger on a forum that I don't know whether they're a boy or a girl yet.
Scream.
Yeah, scream. Yeah, those colors are flashing.
Yeah, so it wouldn't really... Standing still or moving doesn't do anything.
I gotta remember to move back to the center for that shit.
To expand on what Clement just said in the chat, Kara being a bad kid, it's pretty strongly hinted that Kara had a bit of
it's Chara.
Kara. It's Kara. It's based on.
Yeah, I know the name of the base, but I think because it's not named character, I just said Chara.
Yeah. Well, whatever.
Ness.
Even though it's hinted that they have a bit of a mean streak, it's also hinted that Kara's ultimate goal was to free the monsters, and that they just hated humanity along the way, along with that, and weren't really broken up about killing as many of them as they could along the way.
The tapes talk about how Chara gets the idea to eat butterscotch, like buttercups.
Buttercups, yeah.
Right, because of the yellow flower pie that they make for Asgore, which they didn't know would make Asgore sick.
Unfortunately, we don't know a whole lot about Kara when he or she was alive, because the most direct exposure to the character that we get is at the end of the Genocide run, and that is Kara influenced by the player being an utter douchebag throughout the entire game.
Mm-hmm.
So,
because it's pretty much how, like I said earlier, Kara is narrating the whole story for us, because Kara translates Frogget speech, which Frisk would never know how to translate to begin with. And in the pacifist route, Kara is very optimistic to everything she tells us. Whereas if you do the genocide route, Kara is very pessimistic.
Yeah, you check Monster Kid during the genocide fight, and it just Monster Kid is described as free XP.
Well, yeah, like and like a good difference between the routes is, like, if you check the dog food bag in the lab, during pacifist it says it's a half full bag of dog food, where in the genocide it says it's a half empty for some reason.
I didn't know that.
Odd.
It's actually a really interesting little detail.
This has been another one of Nathan's useless facts. Somebody photoshopped Al Gore onto Asgore.
As a side note, since I guess we're not going to run into Sans at the end of this, when you fight Sans in the Genocide run, in the game files, those things that he spawns to shoot lasers at you are called Gaster Blasters.
Yeah.
Yep. Which have a similar structure to the core thing that we just saw.
Yeah. That's what made me think of him.
Which is... That thing is terrifying.
And we never find out what it is.
The indentation, was that back, actually, well, there's only so many places I can go anyway, it's only a matter of time.
Right.
So... Yeah, because I'm missing one.
You went that way first, so I'm pretty sure.
I think you... Yeah.
Yeah, because I gotta go back to the, yeah, it's on the other side.
Oh, well. That's the trouble with dying in this area. Sometimes you just forget which keys you got before you saved. I think you just need to go to the far left.
Angel says the machine is called the Determination Extraction Machine.
Well, yeah, Alphys has to be getting the determination from something, so...
Yeah.
Yeah, but are you sure that's the specific machine that was used for it? Or... I suppose.
Yeah, this is where I fought the other one.
Nah, you want to go to the far right of the bedroom.
Right, there is a different pathway there.
If you hadn't activated the fans yet, you wouldn't have been able to explore the side to the right because it would have been all foggy.
There you go.
Yep.
Alright, at this point, we're pretty much, in terms of fighting, done the game.
Yeah. I mean, there's a final boss.
Yeah.
To the pacifist run, but it's more of a cutscene.
More of a cutscene.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like if there's a real final boss to a neutral or pacifist run, it's Asgore and Omega Flowey, but those don't occur during the true pacifist run. To get this far, you have to have fought them because you won't be able to get into the Alfie's date sequence or the true laboratory until you've completed a neutral run of some variation.
Yeah.
Oh dear. Now, here's the thing. If you buy a bag of chips from the vending machine next to the elevator, Alfie's will remark that they probably smelled the chips that you had on you.
Someone says kill him with fire!
No fire magic in this game, sorry.
Oh, there's fire magic. You just don't get to use it.
Yeah, Toriel and Asgore use it.
Yeah, to cook.
Why do they have ovens?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, and the potato chips are called potato chisps. That's a tongue twister. That...
Yeah, so Alfie's is actually the reason why these things exist in the first place, because...
Yeah, and it's really sad when you hear about the amalgamates.
The other thing is that Alfie's basically created Flowey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's really, really sad finding out that the amalgamates are missing monsters. Like when we found Snowdrake's father earlier, how he said that his mother just went missing. Well,
they were already... I think they were injured or comatose to start with. And then Alfie's just used them as experiments.
Some of them were injured, some of them were comatose, and some of them were sick.
Yeah.
And basically, they were about to die. And monsters, when they die, their bodies turn to dust, and monster souls don't have the ability to persist outside their bodies like human souls do. They just sort of dissolve and pop. The only souls that are the exception are the souls of boss monsters, and by boss monsters, I don't just mean any old boss, I mean the goat monsters.
Yeah.
Asgore and Toriel.
And Asgore.
And, yeah.
The Dreamers.
Yeah, them.
It's really weird how how Toriel and this are one for one the same. It's full of crumpled recipes for butterscotch pie.
Are you not getting the story sequence that tells,
Only during the neutral pathway. That happens during the neutral run-through.
Oh, I see.
You don't need the Worn Dagger.
The heart-shaped locket, though, that's 99 defense. Well, at this point, it doesn't really matter.
Well, is it heart-shaped lock? Is it 99 in the True Pacifist?
Oh,
no,
it's 99 defense in Genocide.
Yeah, because it's pulsating in the Genocide route, which is really weird.
In the Genocide route, both items change. The Worn Dagger becomes the real knife.
Yeah.
In the description is finally.
Yeah. But while the other items that we found so far belonged to the humans that Asgore killed, those items belonged to Kara. So...
yeah, okay. I don't know, why do you get the keys in the first place? You don't even have to unlock the chain.
Because you do have to unlock the chain in...
Is it a different place for the chain? It's been a while. I haven't done...
No. I'm pretty sure in a regular route you do have it.
Yeah. But they still give you the keys, even if it's true pacifist. Yeah, we're playing neutral, though. This is where we start getting stopped by enemies every 5 steps and they give us backstory.
And
Yeah.
in Genocide, it's Flowey.
Yeah.
But you know what makes that scene so nice? The music. The
Yeah.
theme that plays is called Undertale, and it's one of the themes in this that gives up trying to sound 8-bit and just sounds instrumental, and it's freaking beautiful. This is where you would meet Sans in a neutral or genocide run, or in the not true pacifist run. Going down to the coffin room, I see.
Yeah.
Now, the thing about this is that initially Kara's body was down here, but when Toriel left, she took Kara's body back to the ruins and buried it under the bed of flowers that you land on at the very start of the game.
You can never explore the other coffins.
No.
No.
You're stuck there, so you never learn the other names of the humans.
And it's really interesting how they're like Kara and Frisk are the only known children. Because you never really know if the other fallen humans were children or not.
Now, here's the thing. If you want to get the story sequence and the Sans sequence on a true pacifist run, you don't necessarily have to go as far as Asgore. And Asgore, on 2 occasions, tells you that if you have unfinished business, you can go back and do it before you fight him. He's a very nice guy, Asgore.
That's why everybody in this game calls him a wimp.
Yeah. So you can go back,
Or King Fluffy
like,
Buns.
right before fighting him, you can go back and deal with the true pacifist stuff, as long as you've, actually beaten him first in a previous save. Asgore's nice, but Toriel calls him out on his bullshit in a pretty blatant way. Asgore could go outside the underworld himself with just 1 human soul and go to collect the other 6 souls, which was what Azrael and Chara had planned to do. Oh, now you got me calling him Chara.
That's kind of blunt, though, for Toriel, like, as she was the one that recommended that, because he's essentially, you could have just taken a human soul to go past the barrier,
Well,
kill
she's-
some other human, to get the other souls that you needed.
Yeah, well, she knows that he's being unnecessarily cruel, but she also knows that he's beating around the bush in a really obvious way. So,
Yeah.
he's both cruel and stupid.
Well, when you think about it, the whole reason Asgore, he had a human soul to start out with. He could have did that. He could have gone out and just started murdering other people for the human souls. But I think if you think about it, he was actually waiting for people to fall down. Yeah, it put the monsters in suffering longer, but it was kind of like he didn't want to go out and kill.
Yeah, that's the entire point. He doesn't want to hurt anyone. He can't even look you in the eye while he's fighting you.
Yeah.
And if you talk to him several times, it lowers his stats. But we don't have to deal with that since Toriel shows up. And
I love that.
My favorite part about this is that her opening line when she appears here is the same as when she saves you from Flowey.
Yeah. I just love how he flies away from one fireball.
The look on his face is hilarious. Now, the funny thing about Toriel being here is that she's actually the one person Papyrus was unable to call. She showed up on her own, simply because you spent a little more time before you got to Asgore. She had more time to consider things, so she had more time to decide she was leaving. So So while Flowey manipulated Papyrus to get the other characters here, Toriel showing up was a complete accident.
Yeah. No.
At this point, when Undine covers the Mercy Bar, it's like, yeah, it's not a real fight anymore.
I love nobody fight or else I'll. Oh, are you another friend?
Toriel is such a mom. Actually, on the official Undertale Tumblr page, I think like when the game came out officially, there was an in-character post by Toriel telling people like stuff like "Don't play the game past your bedtime" and whatnot.
Did Asgore shave and clone himself?
Yeah, these two never actually physically meet because they always traded jokes behind the closed door.
Yeah, but I get the feeling that Sans knew who Toriel was when he saw her here anyway, because he might have. Because it's implied he worked with Gaster, and Gaster was the royal scientist. So him not knowing who the king and queen were on site is kind of, a silly thing to expect.
Or maybe he's just that lazy.
Possible, but
Yeah.
it is heavily implied that Sans worked actively with Gaster.
Hello, Metaton leg. Also, we blew up Metaton's legs.
They're back.
Wait, not in front of the human.
I love how Sans falls through the bottom to warp through the top. Furthermore demonstrating his shortcuts. Well, besides, her.
Yeah.
Let's just say, a tiny flower helped me!
The best part about this is that this was foreshadowed
Yes.
very early on in the game when
Really early on.
when Sans tells you that a flower was playing tricks on Papyrus.
Yeah, with the echo flowers.
Yeah. Well, he mistook it for an echo flower, but it was obviously Flowey.
Yeah.
I got to this part, like, I'm not fighting Photoshop Flowey again, am I?
Well, it looked like it might have been with the full color vines and everything.
Yeah, and
Yeah, Omega Flowey's the only full color enemy in the normal game.
well, not only just the full color vines, but the actual Photoshop vine in the background too.
Yeah, yeah. And and we're not joking when we say Photoshop. Omega Flowey's design was done by a separate artist in Photoshop.
Angel says in the chat, Sans still has his feet up. His slippers must never fall off.
Yeah. I don't think I can avoid this.
Actually, while everyone here has a unique sprite, Sans just has one of the sprites that he uses during his fight, I think. With
That's all he has.
slightly darkened eyes. Or slightly sadder eyes, rather.
Yeah.
Yeah, this entire sequence is heavily scripted. It's impossible to lose at this point. Once the boss fight happens, your character outright refuses to die when your health is depleted. Like you get the beginnings of the dying animation, and then your heart snaps back together, and it says you refused.
Determination!
Yeah. It's kind of like the final boss of a Persona game. I know that's the second time I've brought up Persona in this context, but the ending really is similar. It's just, it's a cutscene boss where you use the power of friendship to defeat the bad guy.
Oh, hey, Greater Dog. And Snowdrake behind Papyrus's foot. Can't the characters that show up here change?
I'm not aware.
Like, I know, because if I remember correctly, on mine, Vegetoid showed up.
Yeah, I think it might be random. It might have something to do with the exact encounters that you had during the game. Not really sure.
Well, I know Monster Kid always shows up.
Yeah, Monster Kid and Muffet always show up.
Okay, you can turn around any time now.
Whenever
Someone
you're ready.
says time to spirit bomb this fucker. but I feel bad for Azrael. Until he does this.
Then he turns into the devil. So there was a fairly compelling video that I read that likened the entire story of Undertale to Dante's Inferno. Under the premise that every character represented one of the circles of hell in a pretty obvious way, and it was pretty well thought out.
I know someone who got really into the culture of Undertale. Gaijin Goomba did a lot of research on this.
Oh yeah.
Relating it to Irish mythology.
Yeah, I heard about that. I haven't watched the video yet.
I really like Gaijin Goomba's videos.
I enjoy his videos, but I don't go out of my way to watch them most of the time. Like if I see one, I'll probably watch it. But
John, you were getting unnecessarily hit.
I can't die.
But you're getting unnecessarily hit.
well, you gotta keep your standards alive, John. Although these attacks can go to hell.
The Dreamer Sabers?
Yeah, because he does that.
Yeah.
Where he fakes you out and doesn't move. Okay.
Let's see if we have any...
Now that you're down to 1 health, you're doing a good job of dodging.
Right? Jeez, John.
And now, just to rub in the fact that you can't die, your inventory can be, instantly refilled with full heal items whenever you damn well please.
Yeah, if you choose to dream instead of hope.
Yeah.
But the future refused to change. Wait, I messed the wrong one. Damn, sorry.
I can't wait until I Am Setsuna comes out. I don't know why I always say Setsuna.
Also, you pronounced inventory as inventory earlier.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm mixing out my verbs.
You're putting the wrong emphasis on the wrong syllable.
Well, yeah. Yeah. Well, inventory and inventory are a noun and a verb. So, or rather, like one is
what?
One is your inventory, and the other is taking inventory. So
wait, Azrael does PK Starstorm. Game theory.
Yeah, essentially.
Game theory. Azrael is poop.
Azrael's Ness. Azrael's poop. That's right.
No, Azrael can't be Ness because Ness doesn't learn PK Starstorm. Who does?
wait, that means the character in Smash can't be Lucas.
It's Kumatora in drag. In reverse drag.
Oh man.
It's like I can't die.
Now, this boss is a whole lot nicer to watch when you can hear the music, but I can't hear the music because I'm watching this over Skype screen share, and Skype screen share doesn't have an audio option yet. So, I'm just sort of awkwardly watching Azrael sway back and forth like a pendulum. I like how he spawns a freaking spread shot machine gun from Contra.
Rainbow hyper laser.
The guy, the hot dog.
Hot dog ellipses.
The trick here is to always stay underneath Azrael's feet.
I think I ate this pie now. No, I ate the quiche.
Just don't eat the snowman piece.
No, I won't eat the snowman piece now.
Hey, that rhymed.
Now, the snowman piece in a neutral ending gets a line of dialogue from Sans at the very beginning of the phone call, where he says you made a snowman very happy. In the true pacifist ending, you only get a variation on dialogue if you go back to talk to the snowman, and he asks you to take the snowman piece far away.
After you get done with this fight, are you gonna go back to the beginning, John?
The very beginning?
Yeah.
If I got time.
Well, I mean, we still have half an hour.
Yeah, I think you will. We've got half an hour. You don't need to talk to everyone. You can hit Toriel's phone up for a text or two.
Yeah.
And but going back to talk to Azrael at the very beginning of the game is I think it's actually a really important part of the true pacifist ending because it clarifies the actual moral of the game.
Yeah.
Like the game's with these heavily moral messages, there are a lot of you always get those people who will take pains to point out how not practical those ideas are. This game points that out itself. It says that the real world is not as nice a place as this.
Someone says, I wonder how far the Pope is in Undertale. John, Nathan, Lewis, have you guys seen any Stepmania versions of these bosses?
I
No,
don't
no.
know what Stepmania is.
PC DDR.
Oh.
Which,
Huh. Now, would you believe someone has already recreated this bullet hell battle system in RPG Maker?
Really?
Yeah.
Yep.
Damn.
It's a Steam Workshop add-on for RPG Maker MV. I don't know how well it works, but it's there.
Well, Undertale was made with Game Maker, wasn't it?
Game Maker Studio, yes. And Game Maker is like the bread and butter of old fan game making tools. Like all those shitty Sonic fan games that were made before fan hacks became the order of the day, that was Game Maker. Man, that makes me feel old to think about that. Like, no one talks about those old fan games anymore because they were shit.
it freaks me out how Asriel's head just turns like an owl when he does the double slash.
Yeah.
He pulls a straight up Exorcist.
Yeah, probably intentional.
My dream came true. I ain't got $1 million though. That's bullshit and a half.
That's God. That's Frisk's dream, not your dream.
I'm frisky.
I am your sandwich. Nathan, did you forget about me? What? Oh yeah, Asriel's own Gaster Blaster.
No, it's just a massive goat head, really.
But it's styled towards the Gaster Blasters.
Somewhat.
Don't get cocky. It's gonna get rocky.
I've only been using 1% of my power, Goku.
Hey, Azrael, have you been watching Alphys' anime?
It's real, you know.
And then Asriel distorts into Mettaton.
Into a Heartless. Huh.
He-
It seriously does look like a Heartless from Kingdom Hearts.
Asriel did the fusion dancing with Mettaton.
I can't even eat my pie.
Yeah, at this point you can't
Azrael,
move.
you're gonna pay.
At this point you can't move your cursor off of the act button. So you can't do anything but struggle and avoid attacks.
Yeah.
Man, fuck anime.
Oh no, he's doing his sperm attack. Show me your determination now!
Where's your god now?
Well, Asriel, you call yourself the god of hyperdeath.
Had a attack called Hyper Goner. Oh shit, turn the game off.
Oh shit, the game went to sleep.
Actually, you say that. I'm gonna move the mouse.
Is this what Animu is doing to our younger generation?
This
now we
part
have to save everyone.
This part is fairly satisfying because you basically do have to use the things that you learned about the characters to get this part done faster.
Yeah, it's a really emotional part right here.
Well, if you're actually paying attention. But if you're not paying attention, why the hell did you play a game long enough to get the true pacifist ending? DDR from Hell returns.
This music's so good.
Yeah.
It's hopes and dreams, isn't it?
Yeah, this part is Save the World,
Yeah.
which is a more upbeat version of Hopes and Dreams. Yeah.
Which is just nerd out. You hate me, bitch! I just asked you your favorite cartoon.
This is another very Persona-like thing because it kind of sounds like the characters are saying what their shadows would say.
Well, the whole Sparrow concept kind of reminds me of the in Persona, where you can convince monsters to leave you alone. They give you
Oh yeah,
cards.
it's a demon negotiation. That's actually in Persona. It was only in Personas 1 and 2 up until 5 brought it back, or is bringing it back. However you want to say that. But that was a Shin Megami Tensei thing.
Fight them.
Don't fight them.
You got something in your face.
It was pain. I must capture a human.
The thing about Sans that kind of gets me here is that he talks futility the whole time, which makes a whole lot more sense when you've seen his genocide boss.
Oh yeah.
Papyrus, on the other hand, is really obvious because he basically... Well, he's the simplest character in the game. He didn't even say anything there. He just sort of ellipses at you. It's sad seeing Papyrus not talking.
You insulted him. Suddenly
his memories
memories.
are flooding back.
Nah, I'm rooting for you, kid.
Don't, God damn it. I don't want to slap you in the face.
But I do want you to make me a butterscotch pie though.
I love me that butterscotch pie.
Go, mom.
Is butterscotch pie a good kind of pie?
I think I've had some kind of pie with butterscotch in it once before. That was pretty good. Butterscotch is pretty good.
Yeah. There's probably a recipe on Tumblr's video game recipes thing for that by now. They made the rainy day challenge beef ball from Persona 4. That looked really great.
The male soul.
Yeah. I don't
Yeah.
Oh, it's you guys. I didn't recognize you with all that shit on your face.
The thing is, like, they'll come back at the same time, but it only says that, you know, the other one tried to remember you because they saw the other one remembering you. If you don't do something for both of them.
Right,
Like-
if you do both of them, they remember at the same time.
Yeah. And this is where we find out that the kid we saw falling into the underground in the opening sequence wasn't Frisk. It was Kara.
Yeah.
Hey, we were at
Which-
the same clothing store.
Well, which if you pay a lot of attention to the small details and stuff, you could tell that wasn't Frisk from the get-go because of the stripe.
Yeah.
Because Frisk's outfit has 2 stripes.
Oh, that's right.
You didn't notice that, John?
Dude.
Dude, I've been playing way too many games.
I'm taking this for you because I love you.
Stop it! Get away from me!
Love, joy, and happiness.
Love me!
The attacks, like with Toriel at the beginning of the game, at this point he stops directly trying to attack you.
Love.
Social links, go!
Ah.
The feels are real. John, he cares about you.
And yeah, he avoids you if you chase after his friendliness pellets.
No, they really are friendly, the penalties at this point. So lovely.
Let me light myself on fire. I want to feel the burning love. Okay.
Point 90, point 50, point 10, point 01, point 001, 0001.
Fuck anime! This is bullshit!
Anime's not real!
You just gotta believe that's real.
I love how only his head stays. Like, everything else fades.
That's the only thing that's real. The body was an illusion.
So, nothing is as real as his head?
Oh, shut up.
Someone in the chat says hashtag fuck anime. You're not actually John, are you? No, John's bald.
Damn right. And at first it's like, finally, someone asked my actual name. It's like, Jesus Christ, everyone's calling me this John character. I didn't want to be mean, that's why I never said anything back.
It's like this whole time, my name has been written in this stripe right here on my chest.
Yeah, I was like, can they read?
It says Frisk.
Yeah.
Oh, people are getting angry with me because of that pun.
Woo.
Make anime real again.
But she's about to have an 80s rock-out transformation.
Now, one of the arguments against these general Sans is human family of theories is that you only ever see the 6 human souls in this storm of souls here, and that all the other souls are upside-down monster souls. So that is a thing.
Yeah.
Alright. Now, one of the somewhat heart-wrenching things about this pacifist ending that we're probably not going to see is that if you start up the game after beating a true pacifist ending, Flowey pops up before you get to the menu screen and brings up that now that the world is basically as happy as it can be, there's only one threat to it, and that's you.
Yeah.
Some players cannot bear to reset their save file after saving a true pacifist ending.
Yeah. Again, like Nathan brought it up earlier, you refuse to do genocide. My uncle refuses to do genocide.
Yeah, but you know, if you're clever, you can still play the game without deleting your save file. All you have to do is squirrel your config file away into a backup folder.
I understand that, and you know, I know it's something that, you know, I've only completed 2/3 of the game by not playing the genocide route, but I'm a sentimental sappy fucker. I got attached to the characters, and
well, the fact that you refuse to do genocide just goes to show the quality of characters in Undertale.
Yeah, it's like I said earlier, the things that Undertale does right are so goddamn memorable that they stick with you. So if you don't like the game, you don't like the game. But if you like the game, you're probably gonna like it quite a lot.
Also, I pretty much just don't want to have a bad time.
I don't want to fight Sans either. I hate bullet hells.
Well, I love hells, but bullet hell platforming, I would rather not.
I like how Papyrus, if you talk to him here, he says that this has to be the worst ending because he's not in the Royal Guard and never will be. Now, I think each of them has like 3 different lines of NPC dialogue that you can get from them. Also, call Toriel.
Yeah, now she's learning how to text. What's an emoji?
That's
Now, if you keep calling them from room to room, you get this amusing text exchange between Sans and Toriel, where Sans and Toriel basically write texts impersonating each other. That's pretty great.
yeah.
But my legs are gonna kill me when this is all done.
Well, you're not going through all the towns talking to all the NPCs, so you don't have to worry about. It takes like an hour to get through all of the unique dialogue during this ending, and that's why I liken it to the ending of the Persona games. Because in Personas 3 and 4, at the very end, you have this sequence where you can go around the town and talk to all the NPCs again, and talk to all your social links, and they're hanging around. In Persona 4, it's actually a fake out because there's a dungeon after that ending, but it's trying to trick you into thinking it's the end of the game because that was how Persona 3 ended. But yeah, the one crucial bit is going back to talk to Flowey. And like your save file, assuming that you don't true reset after completing the game, will always return to just before you left the surface. So you can always come back after you beat the game and talk to everyone and see what they've got to say. You don't have to do it all in one sitting.
Yeah.
I like the Metaton fountain. That always amuses me. Because it was a memorial fountain, but Metaton was added very recently. Talk to this one NPC here, though. No, not those guys. Keep going toward the elevator. He's still there.
What, do you want a rematch?
Oh, man.
It's like the walk back to your home in Pokemon. Just noted.
You can't go to the ruins from here. Just ride the boat and crash into the wall.
You land in the tree outside Toriel's house.
The
water is very wet today.
This air is full of oxygen.
In other news, the sky is blue.
One of the vaguely creepy things in a neutral run, if you killed enough monsters, is that the Rock with a mustache sends his kids inside the house if things feel too dangerous.
And if you go the extra mile and wipe out every random encounter, the town evacuates.
Yeah. Well, no, Snowden town is just completely empty. I'm not sure if it evacuates or you just successfully killed everything.
It evacuates.
The only time an evacuation is ever confirmed is when Alphys evacuates the resort. And yeah, all the NPCs on the way through the snowy area also have things to say. All the NPCs on the way through Hotland have things to say. All the NPCs on the way through Waterfall have things to say. You basically have to go through the entire game world all over again to get all of the extra dialogue. It's not necessary, but it's certainly enjoyable.
It's a detail, yeah.
And Johnny, you just passed a snow dick.
Yes, it did.
Well,
it's Lesser Dog's neck.
yeah.
It just didn't get to the head.
Wait, this is too perfect. There we go.
That spaghetti is still there.
Did that mouse ever get his spaghetti?
I don't know, but knowing that it might someday fills me with determination.
Never forgetty, Pap's spaghetti.
Oh, by the that trap's not there anymore, by the way.
I like how that sign says there's ice in all directions.
Actually, I just reminded. This music kind of reminds me of Chrono Trigger.
Oh yeah, the amalgamates have come back to their families as well, so you see a few of them around.
Yep.
That lamp is still there.
Can't hide behind it.
It's just a conveniently shaped lamp.
Thinking about how convenient that lamp was still fills me with determination. This is a long hallway.
Yes, it is. I'm thinking after I finish talking with Azrael, I'm gonna just reset the game.
Yeah, because
The
don't
save
walk
point,
all the way back.
The save point would take me right back to where I was.
And yes, you have to go all the way back to the beginning of the game, and that means walking through the ruins. Azrael has a lot of dialogue when you get there, though. It's not something you've wasted your time for.
Yeah, it's a lot of important stuff to hear. Read. Read.
It's important in the sense that it clarifies the moral, and it's also important in the sense that it clarifies the story, the backstory of Chara and Azrael.
Yeah.
Boy, I'm gonna catch like 75 Pokemon in my app today.
I want an augmented reality Undertale spin-off,
Oh, Jesus.
where you can talk to Froggets in real time.
Will you show mercy to the Wawa bum?
Ah, but the catch is, you have to use your actual voice. It's like Cortana, except monsters.
Oh, there's the third frog.
Oh, yeah. What about... well, John, that's actually the fourth Frogget room.
That's frog.
If you talk to one of them, whichever one, how did that rock move? The fuck? How is it not on the button and why are the spikes not down?
Oh, the bottom one was sentient.
The bottom one is sentient.
The top one's apparently sentient too.
But yeah, back in the three Frogget room, if you check the wall between the first and the second Frogget, you'll find a tiny ant-sized Frogget.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
I thought that was a joke.
No, there's a fourth Frogget in that room.
There's a fan-made animation of an alternate Toriel genocide route dialogue where she has a Neoform, and she references a tiny ant-sized Frogget who told her everything about what you were doing. Because she says you missed one. This tiny Frogget who saw you murder all of its friends.
Yep, it's sitting in the crack of the wall of the fourth Frogget room.
I thought that was a joke.
Well, it was a joke. At least Frisk has common sense to not touch spikes. That touching spikes from the side doesn't kill you.
No, the dummy doesn't have any dialogue.
Well, good to know that I didn't bore it that much that I decided to come back down.
Really, John? It's too perfect, but
It's too perfect. I have to mess this up.
One of the interesting things is that if you kill Flowey at the end of a neutral run, he just does not show up until the end of the game in the next run through. Yeah. This is a sad conversation to have.
yeah.
Is it ever explained why he will eventually become the flower again?
Because he doesn't have the power of the other souls anymore, so he will eventually revert back to his soulless flower form. He can't maintain this form forever. So he's going to lose his corporeal form again, and he's going to lose his ability to feel emotions again. But he will remember, because the Flowey that you talk to when you open the game after the true pacifist ending remembers everything, and is generally a better version of Flowey than he was before. Still an emotionless, feelingless, numb thing, but not malevolent. I did some weird
stuff as a flower.
And yeah.
Angel says in the chat, I know why John climbed the mountain. He was playing Pokemon Go.
Yeah.
And it's
I always
hard
had the kill or
about
be killed mentality, but after I met you, it's like friend or be friend. I know it doesn't make any sense, but hey, let's admit I did some weird stuff as a flower, alright? Unless you give me a fucking hug!
Yeah, and what he says right here. There are a lot of Floweys out there. That's an interesting line of dialogue. I like that line because it's true. There are a lot of Floweys out there.
Yeah.
But the only way the game ever tells you to apply its logic to the real world is in that same dialogue, where it says, don't kill and don't be killed. All right.
Oh, 1 second. Because I realized you guys probably just lost the screen share.
Yeah. I was like, okay, you were resetting the game to some capacity. There we go.
There we go.
I'm having a lot of fun with this texting feature. I can't believe the queen has returned, and also so that she's a huge dork.
You two are 2 feet away. Why are you texting?
My girlfriend and I had a few moments on Twitter like that, where we tweeted at each other even though we were in the same room.
Actually, I think Ted and I did that at MomoCon last year.
How many times did we subtweet in too many games?
Yeah, but you can talk to each of these guys 2 or 3 times to get all this extra dialogue between them. Oh God.
On second thought, I might just order a pizza. Twix in the chat. Who's subtweeting again?
Yeah.
Now that the war's over, we might not need the Royal Guard anymore. What? Then what was the point of the human's quest? Truly, this is the worst possible ending. I didn't mention this earlier, but I should mention it now before the stream ends. Sans and Papyrus are actually a reference to a webcomic about a skeleton named after a text font called Helvetica. It's actually something that I recommend based on my first impressions, if only because the art for that webcomic is so good. It's just a free comic that you can read on its website, so look it up when you have the time.
Anime is real, kids.
Anime is real.
The implication there is that, yeah.
Alfie's had robots kissing.
Alfie's had something a little bit explicit on her phone.
Yeah.
Tori and Gory.
Wait, what?
Alfie thinks she was being profound, so don't tell anyone I said that. Not until I post it online.
I think everybody's tried to kill Frisk at least once. Oh, in that case, I'm not sorry. Asgore, you asshole.
That's not what I meant.
If you leave here, you can never go back.
You do get a choice that affects the ending here, whether to stay with Toriel or go your own way.
What did you do the first time?
I stayed with Toriel.
And so did I.
I guess the photo that you get in the other ending is, I guess, an Earthbound reference.
The photo of everybody.
The photo of you with your group, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of the Earthbound reference because throughout Earthbound, the picture man takes photos.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy.
It's funny. There's a line earlier in this where it's actually during Papyrus's date, where he's imagining running down the highway in his car, wind hitting his hair, sun beaming at his face. He mentions the sun, but apparently, according to this, he's never actually seen the sun. Doesn't know what it looks like.
Yeah, that's because he's lived his life underground. What do you expect?
But it's weird. But the one thing that is weird is how Sans does know what the sun is.
Well, they know what the sun is, but Sans is quicker on the uptake. I think people read a little too much into that line.
Yeah.
I mean, Papyrus knew what the sun was. He just didn't recognize it on sight.
Yeah.
Because Papyrus is, well, I don't know if you noticed, a bit dim.
A bit?
Nah, man, that guy's dark.
Papyrus, wait!
And then Asgore just stands there for a while and is like, oh, should I be doing something? I think Papyrus would make an excellent mascot, though. He's already in a costume.
Sans walks in the opposite direction. Yeah, but he has shortcuts.
I like how if you say, I want to stay with you, Toriel remarks that if you said that earlier, none of this would have happened.
Yeah. But I want to stay with you, but I also wanted to free all the monsters. What's wrong with that, Goat Mom?
Time traveler. I kind of like playing through Undertale in the context of the player, the kid, being able to see and remember all of their playthroughs. It makes your choices feel interesting in a way.
Yeah.
I think every monster that's yellow text is one you spare.
Yep. I think they might have a different text as well when you've spared them. Like a differing eventual end point. But that also means for a perfect 100% pacifist run, you have to hunt down every monster and spare them.
Yeah. Hey! Hey! I spare you.
Oh man. He got his car. But you know what else Papyrus gets? He made mention in his boss fight of the king trimming a hedge in the shape of his smile. That happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't run into Gift Trot.
Gift Trot's creepy.
Gift Trot is really...
It's the sideways mouth.
Yeah, it is. It really is. Finally, number 1 nose nuzzle champions.
Lesser dog and greater dog.
But you don't get the yellow text for lesser dog if you just spare him normally, apparently.
Now this is an Earthbound reference, right? They're in summer, aren't they?
Yeah.
There's a beach area in Earthbound that looks like this to the point where you could take this screenshot and paste it on top of it.
Yeah, it's
and
summers.
It would look totally in
Yeah,
place.
it's summers, but at like high tide.
Yeah. It's super high tide. The water's the only part of the screenshot that fits. That doesn't fit.
Aaron is now paranormal investigator.
Wait.
Oh, that's right, because we did the music.
Yeah.
Oh man, I didn't.
Tammy.
Calm down just a bit.
Oh yeah, Chiron's not yellow text either.
Yeah, you must have to fulfill some sort of condition in her battle too.
Oh, you probably just got to keep singing.
Yeah.
Because again, while you're singing, you do gain a bigger audience.
Yeah, and Metaton starts a band with all of his old friends, and the cynical burger shop guy is stuck in the back. Glad to know he's still stuck at his crap job. Finally confesses, "What? I don't." And
Oh, we have a bit of a scheduling problem for the next game, John.
It starts at 6.
Yeah, when we were supposed to end at 5.
Wait, 5?
yeah,
Yeah, it says on the schedule Undertale from 1 to 5:10.
5:10?
Yeah.
That's an odd 5:10.
I think Chris is in there editing the schedule right now.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, no, we were only supposed to do this for like 4 hours.
No, I remember us setting up for 5 hours.
I remember looking at it and it said 6.
Yeah.
Well, it says 5. It says 5. It said 5 every time I've checked it.
Yeah,
What's coming up next?
Grim Fandango Session 2 at 6 p.m.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
at 6 p.m. So what happens between them?
Oops!
Oh well. So this is the part where we stand off to the side while the seasons change and
The clouds are in the shapes of misshapen hearts. Everything has a soul.
of course the game fakes you out, making you think that something bad is happening with Flowey again. No. It's just the Kickstarter names.
Yeah.
Gotta say, this was done a hell of a lot better than Mighty Number 9.
Now, if you can avoid all these names...
Yeah, you get the door in Snowden unlocked.
Yeah. I've never done it, and I know I'm not going to do it for this, but... see how far I can go.
I think, like, Completionist took, like, ages and ages to actually manage it.
Yep, I just screwed up right there.
You might as well just stay still and let them hit.
And
See
there.
what they-
And there. Are you not getting hit?
Nope.
Yeah, there's that single magic pixel in between the names where it doesn't hit your hitbox, and one of the keys to getting through that section is finding that magic pixel.
Really? Because I just do... You move left and right in sync back and forth between the two.
Well, that's an option as well, but there is that magic pixel. So yeah, if you have good enough muscle memory and a sense for that kind of thing, it's probably easier.
Yeah.
This is excellent practice for Flowey.
Someone's name was Smack.
There's T-Man as well. Lots of usernames in here because, well, it's Kickstarter names. So.
I like how to avoid all these. You're pretty much flying in an infinite pattern.
What I like is that this part of the music is like really in tune with the music of with the movements of the credits. So it's kind of like a rhythm game at this point, in a way, sort of.
Apparently you hit somebody named Nathan.
I love you. Yep, right there. I love you. From the bottom of our hearts. So does that mean soul?
Alright, that's all. There's only one thing worth showing off now, and that's what Flowey says when you start the game up. And how eerily quiet the load screen is when you open it again. He's
This
just
is
kind of
also
like,
where we're going to find out of whether or not I fucked with my configuration files correctly.
I suppose so.
Yep.
If it fades to black the moment she closes the door, then it's all fine. Okay.
And then Kara just appears to fuck with you.
Yeah, so some people ask me, John, are you playing this after you did a genocide route? And yeah, you guys know I did a genocide route because of my review and all that. If you beat the game on a genocide route, the game makes it impossible for you to ever get a true passive ascending ever again. You can get up to that point where Toriel gives you the pie while you're sleeping, and then at the last minute, Frisk becomes Chara and it laughs
Yeah,
at you.
and if you opt to leave Toriel's care, you instead see the picture with all of the other characters crossed out and Kara as the kid in it. But the other thing is, when you start the game after that, you also have to like wait on a black screen for 10 minutes before Kara offers to remake the world again.
Yeah.
And if you do another genocide run after completing the genocide run, Kara actually asks you why.
Yeah, he calls you out on your like perverse mentality or something like that. But the way it works, to get technical here, is that after you do a genocide run and you wait 10 minutes on the black screen and then Chara gives you the true reset feature, the game places a file on your configuration files that lets you know that you've done a genocide route, and from that point on, every playthrough you have will have the Chara ending. You can go to that configuration file and make it so that your PC is unable to read it. There's also a way where you can delete it, and then you can go to the Steam's cloud saving and delete it there too, but that takes a little more time. You can just right-click the file, go to Properties, and choose uncheck the read boxes. So now you're essentially tricking the game into thinking you've never done a genocide route, and that's how I was able to do that without Chara laughing at me at the end.
Yeah.
So
Well,
fuck you, Chara. I am above consequences.
Well, the config file, the config file is just a text file with variables written in it. So if you know what variables to change, you can basically do anything.
That sounds boring. I'd rather just right-click it and say stop.
Yeah.
Hammer time.
Yeah. But as Lewis was saying earlier, if you start the game over again, like you boot up the game at this point, actually, let's throw it off right now. Might as well, because we got time.
Yeah. Just don't forget to start the screen share again.
One second. There you go. Hi.
So, Azrael has reverted to Flowey. Nothing left to worry about. Except one thing. One last threat. This is Undertale's thing. It takes video game logic and basically asks, okay, what would it be like if this was applied to a real-world situation? It's pretty grim.
Yeah.
Yeah, I sat through this first time after I did, because I did genocide right after doing True Pacifist. Yeah, and I don't know. I just at the reading this text, at this point, I became the Sentinel. It's like, listen, I know you're trying to make me not want to do this, but I gotta do it.
Yeah, the completionist did bring up that this game is anti-completionist in its way.
Yep.
So, yeah, one of the things about Flowey is he begs you to erase his memory along with it. So this is the only time Flowey won't remember something that you did in your past run. What this brings up is it changes the reset option on the save screen menu to true reset. And when you perform a true reset, you actually do lose all of the altered dialogue that acknowledges previous runs of the game. So the game will behave as if you were starting a completely blank save file on your first time.
Even though that's not technically true either.
Yeah, because you still have variables in your config file that remember what you've done. It resets. I think it resets all the variables in the config file that reference individual characters' memories.
Yep. So at this
Yeah.
point, you can do a true
Now,
reset or continue.
one of the things about this that's eerie is that up until this point, up until you beat the true pacifist ending, every time you open the game, a new character that you befriended, as long as you're on the pacifist route, will appear, and new instrumentation is added to the music that plays here, kind of like the Comet Observatory in Super Mario Galaxy.
Yoshi's Island too.
Yeah, that kind of. But here, the music is just gone, so are all your friends. It's either you can go back to before the ending, or you can reset everything.
Yep. But at this point, I'm done with Undertale. I mean, one day maybe. Oh no, if anybody's good to do it for SGB, it'll most likely be Elliot. And Brain Scratch, I think Lewis you are pretty interested in doing something for yourself.
Everything but genocide.
Everything. Oh, you gotta do genocide at least once. Come on, I want you to record your frustration.
No. I wouldn't be able to. I don't have the skill to beat Sans. Possibly Undyne, but even that's a stretch.
Okay. Well, whatever. It's like I at this point, I'm happy with just leaving the file at a true pacifist ending, even though I did technically cheat to do it twice. But I don't care. I am above consequences in video games. Fuck anime.
Make anime real again.
Thanks for watching, everybody, and thanks for donating.
Yeah. Once again, folks, just to reiterate, this is Fund the Charity Room. We are raising money for the Dreamscape Foundation, and you guys have done a phenomenal job throughout these last few days. What are we standing at totally now?
For the total right now, let me refresh the donations page just as a last thought. We are sitting at $31.88.
$31.88. $31.88.
No, 31. Sean.
$3, 1/88 of a cent. Anyway, folks, I want to thank Lewis and my co-host Nathan for joining me for this Undertale playthrough. It's a nice little breather after the frustration that was Mighty Number 9's ending.
Yeah.
John, you're 6 minutes over time.
Am I? I should probably stop.
Later, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
Bye, everybody.